Okay, hello, YouTube. We got both streams running now. I should make an announcement that I'm going live. I figure everyone will probably cast Jordan versus Lewis, but I might as well cast this so that I have it for YouTube. And I'll cast the sets that I want for YouTube. I think more people there will probably be interested in it, and it's probably better not to worry about what everyone else on Twitch is doing when I'm also dual streaming to YouTube. There's also ACCM versus Teemo going on, but I think that's probably a bit more one-sided. Jordan Lewis should be a very interesting set. We get Lewis, the young up-and-coming player who's grinding probably more than anyone else these days on the ladder. Doing a ton of streaming too. He's also streaming on YouTube, if you're on YouTube and want to check him out. I have his stream linked in the title. I've added him. And just about to finish with their Civ drafts. Remind me when I open Capture Age, I need to add the logo. So Fish and Fish, a map I haven't seen in a long time. That's going to have aggressive men-at-arms right from the start. Right from the start. That's usually whoever wins the shorefish in the middle wins the map. Sometimes there's room to dock on the outside. It's mostly if you're the Japanese, though, and those were banned by Jordan. Like, okay, Capture Age didn't open. Unexpected error in application. Let me try that again. That's scary. Well, it did open. It just gave me an unexpected error. Let's hope this works. Yep, wrong. Okay, that seems to be working. This qualifier, yes. And you also add the Wikipedia link to it too. So let's see what we have in terms of a lobby. All right, they have the lobby up. Jordan hosting Fish and Fish. Qualifier number 1. I was going to keep reading through the handbook to make sure I have everything covered for streaming. Okay, just put the logo on stream and tournament name in the title. All right, we've done that. No necessary bot command or anything. After the stream today, I'll update my panels beneath the stream to have everything ready there. All right, so let me just, once more, I'll do a quick ad on Twitch to reset the counter, and then we'll get going with game number 1. So stay tuned. Jordan versus Lewis coming up. And everyone on YouTube, welcome to you. Good morning to you. Good morning to everyone. Yeah, we have all the GL and Onamaru people gonna be casting this set. Literally everyone. Is this the China LAN qualifier? Yes, it is, Batha. Yes, it is. It is indeed the China LAN qualifier. My prediction for this map. I'll go. Okay, chat. You need to give me predictions too. I will go 3-2 Jordan. 3-2 Jordan. That's my prediction. And just to show exactly what the tournament is real quick. I don't know why this doesn't take up the entire screen. But this is the Lingyuan Cup. This is International Qualifier number 1. And this qualifier itself will have $2,700 USD. And the winner will have a spot for the LAN in China. So these are the final 2 matches of the round of 48. We'll have Lewis Jordan. Simultaneously, ACCM and Timor are played. I think ACCM is probably a pretty heavy favorite there. This should be probably the closest matchup of this bracket. And let's see, do they launch? Do they launch? Nope, still in the lobby. Hello, Chipta. How you doing? I'm still holding out a dream that one day, if Reed's at the Onamaru stuff, that he's gonna be back. And that'd be an even bigger comeback than Jordan. Reed. Neither confirm nor deny. Of that what Barl's video? Barl's has a lot of videos now. Barl's is cooking with those YouTube videos. He's back from hibernation. Go, Jordan 23. Hello, Flapjack. Yeah, I guess Jordan doesn't use the 23 in his name anymore. Jordan's back, but the 23 isn't. Okay, we are launching into the game. There. Failed to start observing match. Unknown error. Error code 0x00000003. That's not good. Maybe I gotta install the map mod. Try that. Okay, I'll try again to join. Thanks, DE. Okay, let me restart DE. Oh, don't worry, chat. We'll get there. Eventually. Oh, I know why. Because I'm on the pup. I forgot to turn back from the pup. That's why. Silly twist. Forgetting we're on the pup. Sorry about that. We're on the update preview. That's why we couldn't join. Now we got it. Oh, John Slow, thank you very much for the raid. We are loading into the game right here. The map is Fish and Fish. I had to update DE so I wasn't on the pup. So this is the round of 48. Or this is Qualifier 1. Round of 48. And let me get that logo positioned somewhere where it's not just floating in the middle of nowhere. So thank you for the raid. Is that too big? Maybe I should make it slightly smaller. How's that look? A big chunky square logo feels absolutely huge. So we're gonna have some sudden disaster show matches coming up too. I just saw the Discord. So the map here is Fish and Fish. We will have Jordan playing as the blue Burmese and Lewis playing as the red Lithuanians. It's a strange QR code out with the yang. It's not a QR code. If you look at it carefully, it actually spells Lingyuancup. It's a very stylized Lingyuan cup. So, Burmese, Lithuanians, Japanese were banned. Usually the Japanese are the civ picked here, both for the cheaper mill and for the fact you can fish. You don't always have to fish on this map. You can skip fishing. And all the fish are covered by shallows, so they can be harassed by land units as well. Lewis did go for the dock. Jordan did not. We also have Loom on the way for Jordan. He's looking to click up. Loom just there finishing for Lewis. He will be up. Both players up at just about the same time. 3 seconds of idle time for Lewis. Lithuanians, Burmese, and it'll be Lithuanians for the fast up time in the dock. Burmese to have the extra attack on their men-at-arms. Usually this map is an all-out men-at-arms fight in the middle, and whoever wins that can snowball really hard. Sometimes the dock makes a difference on the side, but usually it's the player in the middle winning. Oh, actually being on the wrong patch explains why Capture Age didn't work when I started it. Also, there are 2 crocodiles in the middle, so be careful of those crocodiles. Try to lure your opponents into them. 2 barrels here and there. And the barracks on the front from Jordan. I know that that would be like next stage logo design. If this logo actually doubled as a QR code, you could scan and open the Wikipedia page. Now that would be something else, like art inside of your QR codes. And do all the quests. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you got your quest cape on. So, barracks from Jordan. He hasn't actually trained anything from it. Does he go archers then? Well, no, because he's not on gold. He goes scouts. Okay. He's going to go scouts. No, where are the men-at-arms? We have an archery range from Lewis. 3-2 Jordan. That's what I feel like I want to select. 3-2 Jordan. I don't know though. Lewis could always win, even against Jordan. I don't know how back Jordan is. Range there from Lewis. And Scout and a couple of spears coming forward. Raz is like the sun sets again, then he comes back. Well, is this going to be Jordan at high noon or Jordan just at dawn? So a double bit axe there for Lewis. And Jordan will get that for free. And okay, I've not seen the scouts approach on this map, so Jordan wants to add in some spears. Spears will be important because they have an attack bonus against the fires. I see scouts and spears running down. Maybe they could hit the Vills on the fish. And there they go. The Vills do have loom. But nice attack bonus from the spears on the fishing ships as well. That'll be a Vill and a fish dead. Okay, nicely done from Jordan. Good start to the game there. The 2 spears will be poking that fire, and you'll see they actually do a good bit of damage to it. One spear goes down, and the scouts will have to run away or regroup up. Scouts. Wanting to destroy the fire, almost got it. Some skirms coming over from Lewis. Lewis decided to go skirmishers. They attempted to go down to the Lingyuan Cup in Beijing. It's not too far off for you. Land experiences have always been fun for me. Hill goes down, scouts keep running around, and they'll be pushed off the shoreline as that fishing ship continues to go to the fish. And oh, look at that wall from Lewis overchopped. So Jordan gonna try to grab that walling villager, perhaps 3 scouts, but or 4 scouts, but they're injured. That villager maybe could just turn and kill 2 scouts. Trying to run to the spears though. Probably would have just been better to fight, but a scout will go down anyway. Yeah, 6 or 7 hours is definitely better than 14. When I go to the, it's usually a full day of traveling or traveling back when I go to lands in Germany. And it's like an 8 to 9 hour flight plus then time in the airport, plus traveling to and from the airport. So spears and vills running around. Do I travel, start casting the day after? Usually no. Usually I travel, then we have like a media day. Oh, Tucson Blues, thank you for using your Prime sub. The scouts will run over, think about hitting the wood line, but maybe they'll just find the vill at the south. Lewis gonna keep walling that up, so Jordan's just gonna hoover around with scouts, but a lot of spears will be chasing him. Picks off a skirm. And the vill to the north will go for a gate. Hello, Omar on YouTube. How you doing? I am doing well. Scouts will jump the vill down here on the wood line, pick him off, and get a nice kill. So fletching behind this for Jordan, he'll be making a transition to skirms of his own then, or 1 skirm and archers. He goes scout plus archers. Maybe the archers threaten the walls a bit more for breaking in. Oh yeah, now you have the Teutonic Knight dance emote. So scouts will grab a vill on the gold. And they're gonna run around and get to the berries. DC picks the scouts. And oh, what's that one wall doing as a corner? I guess a villain quick walled himself there. Like a corner piece in the middle of a wall. Like some custom scenario designs there. Scouts will break through the walls, an archer comes over. Now the scouts are getting lower and lower on their hit points. Spear might want to pokes down a scout. So Vill count still 41 to 41, and Jordan's slightly up in res collected, and that'll lead to a faster castle each time. Lewis not too far behind though. Just needs his blacksmith, where at a market he'd buy his way up. So might be an extra villager behind waiting for that. Moving the spear around the house. Yeah, I mean, little things like that. Having skirms pick off an extra spear. having scouts able to run around a bit more. It makes differences in these fights. So there's Lewis, he's up. So actually pretty nicely managed to click up right after that blacksmith. Didn't need to wait too much longer. I was afraid he might delay himself an extra 30 seconds, but no, he's still competitive there with Jordan's uptiming. Jordan's starting to take the middle with a mixture of skirms and archers, 6 and 6 for a total of 12. As he keeps moving around the shorefish, taking more of them. But Lewis at least has fishing ships on the water, and these are deep fish. These are deep fish. So different approaches here. Jordan taking the middle for the vills to fish. Lewis taking the outside for the fishing ships to fish. Big walls around the outside make it easy for scouts to move freely within. Well, now that he's cleaned the scouts up, now these walls will start to pay off a bit more for him. He'll be a bit more secure. So the scout will start forcing those fishing ships away. Alright, we'll come get some fire on the scout. We'll have Castle Age and Scale Barding Armor on the way for Lewis. As he's going to get a market up at the back of his base, he has a stable of his own. As the Lithuanians might start looking for relics and going for knights. Relics here, looks like they're probably in the same 5 positions every game. 2 along the wood line, 1 right in the middle, and then 2 along the coast on the beach. Looks like it's a find closest. Jordan controlling this area of the map and the middle means Lewis only really has access to 1 relic there as the Lithuanians, which he really does want more. In the Castle Age, though, I feel like it's okay to have, honestly, just the +3 attack. You do your blacksmith upgrades, too. Hope Hearttt gets to go. Last time Hearttt went to the garrison, he got sick. And then got everyone else sick. They can be with Leary again. I mean, they're the 2 free agents right now. They need to find a team. Right, or is Hearttt still on Wonders? He was on Wonders. Would he move? Did he retire too? Or retire? Did he disassociate? As Leary's no longer on Onimaru. Oh, wondering where they will go next. He left Wonders. Okay, okay. So Jordan immediately is going to go 3 TCs after this. So if Lewis doesn't push out now, then Jordan's going to start taking the lead, and Jordan has the army numbers to hold while he adds the TCs. Maybe they'll make their own team? I feel like they need a sponsor, though. Husbandry for Jordan has a few knights running around, but the key is just going to be this eco where he's added the TCs in, and Lewis hasn't. Well, also he's harassing the fishing ships. So that Vill lead for Jordan's only going to increase from here, up in resources collected too. And could go monks to defend against the knights. Should have some good monks as the Burmese. Also, he did manage to pick up that relic right from the middle. We'll be grabbing relics from the sides too. Okay, there's not much wood line left to quick wall the villagers. And Jordan will be quick walling out in the open there, so 1 vill will go down. These knights will start attacking. No relics yet for Lewis. And Jordan will have to rearrange his vills, maybe quick wall here. There he goes, keeps this wood line safe. And he's going to try to go for a bigger quick wall by the gold. Monk comes over now. Monk gets 1 conversion, hops into the TC. Oh, another monk grabbing a relic. Husbandry on the way.
Okay.
Monk bringing the relic over to the monastery.
Goes on. Dava Valia.
Bloodlines and wheelbarrow on the way for Jordan.
Kaiser Gizu. Dava Valia.
Monk wants a conversion on a knight. And Lewis has the TCs, but 10 Vils of a difference later than Jordan has them. And that'll be 2k more res for Jordan. Is Lewis trying to pick up his relic? But that'll be his first relic. Jordan's managed to grab 4 of them. So against the Lithuanians, limiting them to 1 relic must feel pretty darn good. And still a couple of knights fighting in the back, but Jordan cleaning that raid up again. And he'll be pushing at the front. Monks want conversions. Yeah, 2k res is massive. As he have so much more idle TC, but is up 10 Vils because he added the TCs earlier. And since he added them earlier, he had a bit idle time on them because he couldn't keep them running, but had more total work time on them.
Kaiser Gizu.
Idling a bit now, I wonder if that means he's thinking of saving the food for Imp. Still feels maybe a bit early, only on 73 Vils. This might just be he's microing the army and not queuing Vils. Okay, it feels like he definitely should not be idling now. Unless, of course, that is Imp he's aiming for. Yeah, also the Eco KD. That changes things, but the Eco KD also counts the fishing ships that Lewis had. So that's not necessarily just villager kills. Okay, wants the forward castle. Okay, and the forward castle with the TC idling feels like it's going to be Imp timing for Trebs, then. So Jordan, he's sacrificing Eco for the Imp time.
Goes on.
So knights will go for the monastery, and the castle is up. And Jordan's back again, and he's back up to Imp. Up to Imp, TC under castle fire. Ballistics on the way for Lewis, but feels like things are starting to fall apart for him. He's managed to even up the Vil count. That's because of all that idle time Jordan's had. But that idle time will be leading for Imp. And also, this is the one monastery that the Lithuanians had. Jordan now controls that if he can destroy the monastery, which he should be able to do with the castle on top of it. Over droids. Nice forward with the shorefish boost. You know, that's true. Even at this point in the game, Jordan's still taking the shorefish. What's he have out there? 14 Vils on shorefish. Lewis not getting any fish anymore. Needing to do a defensive castle of his own, at least he has a hill. He's still a long ways from Imp, and won't be getting Trebs out anytime soon. He's using the market, but doesn't have anything left to sell. Still trying to figure out how to get the food for Imp.
Amido, Daima.
So he does have 6 monks. He's looping around. Lewis throwing up a huge house wall. Monks want maybe some conversions on the skirms. And then handcart on the way for Jordan. And where's the Imp TC? Imp TC all the way in the back. Lewis with some monks of his own, but now down by 1,000 score, and Jordan very close to Imp. 20 seconds away. I'll see a way for Lewis to come back here. I don't either. Trying to rebuild the TC to get the farms back, but here come the Arambai. I could maybe get the Vills. There is Imp. See the Vills on the TC. Jordan can also see the Vills on the gold. Whatever he wants to kill, he'll be there. Okay, it feels like the Arambai should have gotten more than 0 Vills there, but at least he idled the gold. Yeah, there's block printing Embracer, but most importantly, 2 Trebs queued right away. He's going to be tripping down that castle, then the TCs, Relic out of the monastery. Yeah, Jordan floating a bit of food, doesn't have that many Vills on wood. And maybe it's time for him actually to finish this wall and start chopping wood down here where the wood lines are a bit thicker. A couple of knights wanting a raid. That will be annoying for Jordan to deal with. Maybe he has to garrison a bit. But with all the food he's floating, it shouldn't matter too much to him losing a couple of farms. Or losing a couple of farmers. If I were Jordan, I'd just take all my farmers and make a lumber camp. Yeah, even back here on that wood line. Still be a good spot for him. I feel a bit underwhelming. I think they're great against the knight line, or any melee cav. That's where they really shine. Mobility and enough attack to get through the armor. So maybe even good against the Lechai, well, especially if the Lechai don't have any relics. Definitely, you're no longer doing the Burmese sling to a Rambai on arena to destroy stone walls. Their attack versus buildings at least was changed a bit. So quick gates there from Jordan. The Rambai want to pick off the Trebs, or the Lechai want to pick off the Trebs, the Rambai want to defend them. And 1 Treb will go down, but 2 Trebs remain. So Lewis on the hill desperately trying to repair, but having just lost the Lechai in a futile attempt to snipe Trebs, he will call the GG. And Jordan will go up 1-0. And great middle control from Jordan playing for the shorefish rather than the deep fish. 63 to 55 KD. More eco collected, and despite the idle times on the TCs, still had the villager high at the end. And that'll be 1-0. Lead for Jordan. Of 1 fish and fish. And that will have been Lithuanians, or Lithuanians losing to the Burmese. Oh, I have my scoreboard flipped. Oops, let me fix that. There we go. Hello, Anthony, and hello, AMC. Feel like Lewis never recovered from Jordan's early raid? Not really, and not from losing the fishing ships either. And here we are, game number 2. The map is Lookout. This was one of the map contest maps. I've not seen it before. We'll have Jordan as the blue Magyars against Lewis as the red Maya. And, well, lots of outposts. Lots of vision around your base. And then you have your own barracks, army tent, tower combination over here with a mule cart. Okay. So look out, you have your own forward base defended by a tower. Seems like a very open map, but with all the towers and what outposts and stuff, you have a lot of vision. Lots and lots of vision. Realize I just closed the spectator dashboard. Keep that open. Check the stream settings. I'll get there. So we'll see if Jordan can keep up that great play he had from the first game. And weakens the board with the TC, finishes it off with the villagers. You don't have to get Loom right away as the Maya. You're correct, with all those extra houses. You don't need to do Loom right away. So it always feels good then as the Maya to have that Vil lead in addition to the longer lasting resources. You feel like, almost like the Chinese then. His side relics are a bit more central. I think that's just because we can't see this one that well on the mini-map. So Jordan has a relic here towards the back of the base. This one a bit to the south of him. One central relic. One southern relic for Lewis, and then another one right to the side. Those are some early walls. It's AoE 2. Always got a wall early. Maybe I'd prefer walling in front of the relic, but I guess that doesn't really matter at this stage of the game. So Jordan will be up first. Looks like Lewis still going for the feudal. This is a matchup where I feel Maggoros can just go very heavy into scouts and then heavy into cav archers. And go kind of scout CA at different points throughout the game. Should have the advantage once if they can get to recurve bow. So Feudal Age on the way for both. Scout will come down, find the Vils on the berries. Maybe hoover on over by the wood line. Go back and forth on the lumber camp. And up to the Feudal Age. So also have double bit axe on the way for Jordan, so he'll be up first. He'll have that Maggoros scout. It's nice defense of those villas to keep on the inside of the mill. Ooh, gate there. Gate from Lewis. Jordan dodges everything. Doesn't dodge the Vil, though. And your forward range, just what you'd expect. Where's the, oh, yeah, where's the barracks? The barracks is over here. So Jordan gonna go stable and immediate range follow-up. No farms for him yet. No horse collar, even. Just an immediate range.
Shot it.
And scouts from Jordan will go for the eagle. Wolf being pulled by the pulled away from pulled towards the spear, so he'll follow. He'll go down. And Jordan not wanting to dive the TC there, thinking about it with forging. And hello, Spooge, how you doing? I've totally forgotten how to pronounce your name, so please correct me. Internet is awful. I know the feeling. I wish I had good internet. One day, one day. Scout wants to poke. Vil has to save himself. Spudgy, yes. Spudgy. Got it. Internet is worse. My condolences. It's a mobile dongle. That is painful. At least I have a coaxial cable. So some walling from Jordan. Nice wall to the edge of the map. He's going to have one scout still hoovering around the back. He's going to look to find anything that's very weak. Like potentially that farmer. On 144, oh no. That is horrifying. Here I am streaming on YouTube in 4K. You're watching at 144. That dude has some range. Jordan. I'm thinking, wait, Lewis is the Inca. He's the Maya, not the Inca. He doesn't have any Kemu because he only has spears. Long stick. So the outpost goes down, and scouts and archers will start coming in. Archers dodge past each other. Try to shoot down from the top of the hill. Jordan at least he has the hill, but doesn't have the numbers there. It's going to take some fancy micro to win that. Lewis is going to get back for the moment. Architon's the best steppy civ now? Probably. Their economy is set up for it, and then they get +2 attack. They are kind of weak, though, since they don't have bloodlines. I feel like they're not as good in a team game for going steppies as they are in a 1v1. Are we saying archers and not skirms from the Magyar player? I think he just wants to be able to maybe break through the wall, be a bit more threatening to the walls and to repair vills with the archers. A bit more useful against the eagles too in the feudal age. That is a good question, right? If he is amassing skirmishers here on his way up, then he has a better counter to all the archers from the Maya. Are they team game usable? I think they are, but it's also maybe a bit situational. They're great for raiding, but less good at fighting all the crossbows you see in team games, or fighting the knights you see in team games, or the camels. And they don't tank like other units do. So Jordan will be a minute slower to castle this time. Alright, he's getting himself walled up. Right about skirm meta? Yep, skirm meta. That's where things are these days. Alright, so both up to castle. And they'll be patrolling their armies at home. And while they're both up to castle, I'm going to eat one of these breakfast bars I have. Keep me sustained.
Shot it.
There's Lewis. He's up castle doing crossbow bodkin. And Jordan just going to play some William balls, take out the outposts. Now we'll see maybe the weakness of why Jordan went archers into skirms is he's not going to have as many skirms as had he been going pure skirm. An elite skirm, if that comes in, won't be quite as powerful without the numbers. He's going to have to wall to keep this out, as Lewis will try to break in and hit the Wallingvilles. Do we still call eagles chicken men? I haven't heard that term in a long time, and the game has actual chickens now. Chickens with funnels to the TC. Yeah, hits the eagle. Archers will hit the eagle on the other side. And now only 2 skirms, not enough, especially with the eagle. And Jordan's going to have to struggle a bit now to keep his army grouped up, because his range is forward and outside of his walls. Oh, and he deleted the house to let the skirms in. That's going to let the crossbows in. Oh, that's a disaster from Jordan. That's a disaster. Oh no, Jordan. Oh, absolute disaster here. There's the GG. Lewis ties at 1-1. Alright, so faster castle age time into crossbows, and maybe you were right all along that Jordan needed skirms instead of archers. Imagine having 5 more skirms. Maybe the real chicken men were the villagers we made along the way. Maybe. Yep, skirms are being nerfed next update, so it'll take longer to train. Is it 33%? I don't think it's that much. I think it's 22 seconds to 26 seconds. About 19 to 8 KD. Jordan was behind in army numbers, then fell even farther behind with a bad fight. So it felt like a very typical open map there. Open map into walls. I think that's what Lewis is going to want. The more hamster the maps, the better for him. It's Maya over Magyars. And the next map will be Seychelles. Or correct my pronunciation on that if I'm wrong. How strong is a skirm if he can yeet a war javelin as far as a crossbow can throw a bolt? Very strong. He should enter the Olympics, I think. You'd think he would want more unique maps. For preparation reasons. Yeah, maybe, that's a good point. But I think Lewis is just he plays so much ladder that the more Arabia-like, the better for him. Oh, yeah, maybe skirms would just rebalance for the Olympics. Oh, okay, nice. The show match for the GL thing is announced. I'll look at that during or after the set. For some reason my game didn't launch. There we are. Okay, Seychelles. I think this is another map script competition map. How does this work? I'm really not sure. There is a bit of water in the middle. A few great fish marlins there for a lot of fish. Then more fish on the outside. There are some reeds floating in the water. What a map. There's a video on mills. He had a video on the direction all the spinny bits spin. Oysters here. Are there oysters here? Oh yes, there are oysters. Fishing ships can collect these. Vills can too. But there's gold in them. Also on the shore, there are like depleted oysters. I guess the same thing, only not with any gold on it. Oh, it is a big smiley face. 2 eyes and a smile. And Margougou, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Got some rocks there. Lots of different forests mixed in together. Do jungle trees and standard oak trees and bushes and mangrove trees and autumn trees all mix in together? I don't think so, but it does make it look colorful. There's some birch trees there. It's like a frog. Hello, Boytijan. Like a frog? I see more like a panda, I think. I guess it's kind of like a nose down the middle if you want to go like 2 eyes and then like a mouth down there. Yeah, food, just gold out of oysters. Transport ship. I guess each player starts with a transport ship as well. They're using that for scouting. So Jordan docking a bit more towards the top of the map. Lewis going straight to the back. Does at least have a good fish there. And Lewis definitely will be up first. I wonder if Jordan, if they're this far apart, will FC with the Italians. Italians versus Wu. Definitely viable to FC then go fires. Jordan, hello noob. Sleet oysters are food. Weird slimy food, but food. I wonder if... Oh, okay. I was thinking about the bonuses. Like now we have the Portuguese get wood while they're collecting from berries. Or the Poles get stone or get gold while they're collecting from stone. The Shu get food while they're collecting from trees. I wonder if there were a civ that got something else while collecting from gold, if they could get like food plus gold from oysters. So Men-at-Arms come in. Lewis not quite getting a good block with the scout, and all those villas will make it back to the TC. Maybe one goes down, one goes down. But the rest return safely, and Jordan will have to wall now. One opening, but that'll be closed. Lewis trying to block to keep that Vil from walling herself in, and at that he will be successful. She goes down. That's now 2-0 for the Eco KD for Lewis. That Jordan, though, he's going to be undeterred, and he will do that range and then go up to the next stage. Lewis going to be tower rushing. Jordan does have to be careful about his gold situation. Secondary gold forward, another gold really far away behind Lewis's range, and then the only extra gold access for Jordan's in the back. Oh, that's right, Burgundian relics. I knew there was a food trickle. They get food from the relics, and also gold from the farms. Need to update this map to have 1.4 million birds. Maybe 1.4 million storming the dogs. So tower up, and that will cover the mining camp from Lewis. Oh, Jordan's just gonna call the GG. Jordan? Okay, his FC didn't work. And Jordan's saying, okay, Lewis caused too much damage to me. My FC's not gonna work. Alright, well he had a plan and the plan failed. What? Jordan. Jordan. Okay, well, don't FC on Seychelles, apparently. It does feel early. It feels like Jordan just saying, you know what, my plan failed. Let's not follow through with it. Okay. I mean, he was getting pretty wrecked, but it's still, we're only 10:47. At least click up. At least click up. And Phosphoro, this is like a standard Phosphoro game. You just need a castle and you're good. I guess he wasn't on stone though, but still. I mean, Lewis went forward tower and range to Jordan scout. I mean, you did see he had gold back there. I don't think he'd be able to control it all that well. Some people saying it was GG. I still think maybe it's a bit early. Yeah, like at least get castle, try something. That will be, wrong side of the scoreboard. 2-1 lead for Lewis. That's Jordan losing his home map. So Ring of Reeds and Acropolis will be the final two maps. Very first picked Wu against the first picked Italians. So painful losing with that first Civ. Jordan calling early this game. It will indeed be Ring of Reeds next. I've seen that map seems bad, you can't wall. Yeah, I mean, things certainly looked kind of bad for him. I just don't know if it was actually over. You know, different players have different thresholds for when they GG. Jordan's was particularly low that game. Yes, doing some between game breakfast snacking. Oh, we have a spec delay. Oh, okay. Wait till you see what Civ Lewis picked, chat. Take a look at his civs and guess what he picked. Take a good guess at it. Celts. You are correct. So the map is Ring of Reeds. Jordan will be playing to the west as the blue Malay, and Lewis to the east as the red Celts. Let's go Celts. Who's the better archaeologist, Indiana Jones or Lara Croft? You know that's a good question, right? Because I'm gonna have to go. I'll do this. This is how I'll make the comparison. I will go Indiana Jones, and the reason is he was in a movie with Sean Connery, and Lara Croft, she was in a movie with Daniel Craig, and I'm gonna say Connery's the better Bond. So by that reasoning, Indiana Jones is the better archaeologist. You get me more archaeologist than finding the Ark? That's a good point. So Vils will be taking the shorefish by the dock. And punching Nazis will always be relevant. Let's hope. Never want that to fall out of fashion. So, loom for Lewis. That's not a dock block, is it? You can sail around on this side, but you could just palisade wall, then I think it's a dock block. Honestly, wait, did this map always have a ring of shallows here? This used to be rock terrain, didn't it? Wait a minute, this did used to be rock terrain. Yeah, it was. I'd be okay with punching Nazis falling out of fashion if it was because there were no Nazis. That would be nice. So Lewis will be up later than Jordan. Jordan, who is going to now wall in Lewis. So Lewis is the Celts is going to be the one fishing. We think sometimes it's the Malay who want to fish boom, but no, Celts fishing. Lewis seems better prepared. Lewis was very prepared for that Seychelles game. But that also just could be Jordan had a plan and the plan didn't work out. So sometimes that can make things look one-sided. So sometimes your plan works in practice and then you get to a real game and things blow up. Castle Age ships out here. It's a long way away from that. I mean, some demos here could be nice. I worry that you might just end up turning this into a water map where you war galley to try to hit the enemy base from the outside. Now, there's a dock from Jordan too, but later. So Bill's gonna fight the scout. Scout's gonna fight on the hill. And sheep on the outside will run around a bit. See if we can get some more scouting for Lewis. And Jordan's still taking all the food in the middle. I wonder if you could ever dock the middle instead of doing the mill. I guess it would be a lot of micro to swap the vills back and forth to the dock to drop off the food, though. Yeah, nice res lead already for Lewis. Well, to be fair, the Malay should be the better water save, right? And we'll have water on the outside. Oh gosh, imagine Malay harbor docks now in this water. Oh, that could actually be insane. If Jordan does thalassocracy. I mean, he could literally do harbor docks here to tower rush Lewis. Oh, I know they've been nerfed since how they originally were, but... Okay, and Jordan has to be careful. But all his vills on the backside of the dock, at least. That'll hopefully keep them away from the demo. One repair vill here, but the demo will come in, and that's going to be a dead vill. Yes, it is. Dead villager there, and the fire will win. And scout goes down. Yeah, Lewis looks like he's canceling some of that queue so we can get the food back for going up. So those 4 vills could cancel that and basically go up. We'll do the market, and then it'll be time for him to head on up to the castle age. Is there any gold on the outside of the map? There are a couple of small tiles of gold scattered around, but not much. In fact, there are literally 3 tiles of gold on the outside. Wait, that doesn't seem fair? That is a good question. Oh no, there we are. There's another 3 tiles. Okay. Missed that earlier. Whew. Yeah, there are 3 for each player, but you were right. It's hard to see because of the mini-map texture. What there is on the outside are berries and then some stone, I think. Is there stone? Maybe, oh yeah, just a tiny couple tiles of stone here and there. Probably 2 for each player as well. Yeah, 2 for each player. So 3 tiles of gold, 2 tiles of stone for each player on the outside, in addition to having one of their secondary golds on the outside. This is something of a dock block, at least for Jordan, as he is nowhere close to the castle age. And castle on the way for Lewis. There farms? Yeah, I don't think there are any farms. They're growing a whole lot of docks for fish. No, not farm food. Those are just some flowers. There's a flower bed in the middle. Farm ruins? I wouldn't want to farm the ruins. So galley from Jordan. He's thinking of sailing around the outside maybe. As Lewis up to castle. Lewis on the way. So Jordan's clicking castle 2. He won't take long to get there because he's the Malay. Or war galley for Lewis. And forward workshop. I'm not sure what I think about this map. If it's shallows on the outside. The rock terrain was there so you couldn't wall fully on the outside. The shallows, now you can wall fully with the docks. very well go for that dock block, as we're going to have a monastery along with the workshop added in for Lewis. And he will be doing a good old Celts push, but from the outside as he has the water control. Now most of the res are in the middle, but I like this idea. I like it. And give Jordan a push, maybe not where he's expecting it. Outside his line of sight still. Yeah, faster castle plus res lead. I guess he knows what he's doing with the Celts. Mangonel's coming over for the wood line. Those will be hit. Do I use a tree mod? Nope, these are just reeds. These are the small reeds. Reeds themselves always look weird, I think. Yep. Spear gets mangonelled. I was thinking about not using the small reeds and using normal ones, but the normal ones are just weird. And good morning, Galileo. Left him waiting for 2 mangonels. Yep, oh, he would have a 3rd mangonel, but the monk's blocking him. Get out of the way, old man. There we go. Now the mangonels are in. And that TC, this might even be a quick GG again from Jordan. I mean, he's down so far. Trying to do husbandry, but as the Malay. He has 1 elephant into a base of someone who'll get monks. Jordan trying to go sneak stable Malay elephants? I don't think this is going to work at this point. This does feel kind of over. What's this a qualifier for? There is going to be a LAN event in China in October. This is one of the international player qualifiers. I mean, the scores are close, but does this feel over? And Jordan, he's kept the TC up at all. The horror of a 1 HP scout within the mangonel range of 3 mangonels within the min range, and then they just couldn't protect the monk. Oh, Vil didn't get a snipe on that scout. 1 HP scout still hoovering around. But once more attempts at the TC. Redemption could come in for Jordan, but it's not there yet. He has Sanctity. Now, if he wants to do that and convert, he's still a long way away from getting another monk, and he's going to lose the TC. He doesn't have the wood to repair the TC. And Jordan now on 0 TCs. He's trying to raid with fire galleys on a blacksmith. His elephants have gotten cleaned up on the other side. And it's looking like Lewis is going to advance here. It's looking like Lewis is going to advance as Jordan has to do a max exodus to the middle of the map with all of his vills and his monks. And Redemption is on the way. Will he lose the workshop will he lose the monastery before Redemption comes in? Siege engines are taking a lot of HP off of it. This is going to be close. Remember, Celt Siege fires faster. And he'll be 1 volley away, but he gets Redemption. 1 volley away from losing the monastery before Redemption came in. We all knew what was going to happen when we saw Celts, indeed. And they ate the TC. They are hungry. And they had their breakfast today. And there's the GG. This will do it, and no question that game. Just a much better economy with the Celts, smoother push on the outside. Jordan wasn't quite as ready for that as Lewis was. Jordan got to retire again. So 3-1 for Lewis. Jordan lost both of his home maps. And that's the last picked Celts against the second picked Malay, so Jordan at least used his first 2 saves, but that felt pretty ugly for him by the end. Jordan lost. Jordan indeed did lose, yes. Okay, let's see. Has GL announced their event? Okay, I don't see it. Announced it on Twitter. So let's do a quick shout out because I'm doing maps for an event. And Gamer Legion. No more Jordan on Gamer Legion. Well, they're hosting an event. And it's going to be called the Quintessential Cookout. It's going to be a mini tournament for one weekend on the 19th to 21st of September for $2,500. Oh, the horror. They put the dollar sign on the right. It goes on the left for USD. It goes on the left. Should probably be an N dash too. Is that an M dash? Or no, I'm just a hyphen instead of an N dash? Maybe it is. I shouldn't laugh at that though. So we'll have the quintessential cookout with a bunch of really creative maps that, if you saw any of the Delicious show matches, kind of styled like that. So that was just announced literally as we were casting at 11 a.m. 30 minutes ago. So that's something to look forward to. And right, well, what else do we have here? For Jordan, he played well, but I feel Lewis. I feel Lewis was very well prepared for the build orders on those maps. So we can keep casting. Let's see what else is on the schedule. We have Capoch versus NeoZz, then Hearttt versus Quảng Trị. ACCM set looks like that's done too. What is the status of Capoch NeoZz? That is just getting started on not Nomad. Okay. Let me update the title then. I'll catch this game up to real time. This is the same thing around to 48, and it is not Nomad. Not Nomad. So lots of lush bamboo mixed in with the other bamboo trees. Not Nomad. So, what is the map if not Nomad? This looks like Nomad to me. Got some chickens on it. That feels not nomadic. So both players looked feudal. They were about 13 minutes into the game when this got started. It's feudal for everyone. Coastal looks kind of like Coastal, but then again, Nomad and Coastal do look the same. They both have the three-sided water, one-side landlock thing going on for them. Although not quite here. And Galley War on the outside. I do think Capoch is the favorite here. Yeah, Lewis is always grinding. Yeah, Coastal is an island. I wonder if Coastal would ever get the Nomad treatment and make it four-sided. With water. And looks like, are we getting caught up to real time? We are caught up to real time. And what happens in real time? A real-time skirmisher war. Let's go 2025 meta. Maybe that should be my next cosplay, a skirmisher. How much would that cost? Like a track and field javelin? It's probably not this color though. I mean, I could probably just make my own. Get like a bit of like an arrowhead on a long, like wooden pole. Make a shield out of some wood. Eldorado, but without the minerals in the middle. They pick the other javelin up and throw it back. Aren't javelins supposed to break so you can't do that? Like break on impact? That's what I always thought. Depends. Okay. Do we ever see Coastal? It is still the default map. Coastal is the default map. But it's horribly unbalanced, so we never actually see it in an event. So, forward castle for Capoch as we're caught up to real time here, so 20 minutes into the game. Skirmisher War and Castles. 150 to 300 each, that's a Pelum. We can probably make our own for cheaper. A broomstick. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, you can probably get a cheap wooden pole for not that much. The head and attaching that might be a bit different. And the shield. Unfortunately, I don't have a workshop anymore where I can do woodworking. But the shield could be not that bad to make. The boots, I think I can just reuse the boots I use for the villagers. Same with the. Do they have bracers on their hands? Hold still. Yes. Or is that a glove? Looks like a glove. The gloves shouldn't be too hard to get. And then I just need to make the tunic somehow. $1,700 for one model. Oh, do we want to be a skirm or an elite skirm though? This shield is probably harder to make. Like the feudal one, just like cutting some wood. Oh, this guy does have metal boots though. Ooh, metal boots and a helmet. How do I get limitless spears, though? I'll need to find some type of sponsorship. That'd be a good 2025 cosplay. Maybe that's what I can be for Halloween, a skirmisher. Oh, that'd be sick. We did the villager last year. I want to do unique units, but that's going to take a while. And Zemo2, thank you for using your Prime sub. So NeoZz with the score lead, but Capoch really pressuring this TC. And that might just be some holdover from having won water earlier. I mean, NeoZz is up by 10 vills, but now has lost his TC. He's building another one, but currently is on 0 TCs. Capoch can have a second TC up, as this army of skirmishers comes on over, looming outside the TC, but that will go up, maybe pick a vill or two as long as Capoch notices he's fine, and he does notice. He's going to rush some stone walls down here to keep the skirms out. Karambit is easy? Ooh, okay. Need 2 knives. Woad Raider. Now, the Woad Raider is going to take a lot more time at the gym. Yeah, for maximum scariness, I'm a pre-nerf skirmisher, right? That's for Halloween. When were they nerfed? They're going to be nerfed in the next patch. Their training time will be increased. Get a muscle shirt? No, that ruins the fun. We were able to pull off the Vil cosplay pretty well. It's just I need to overcome a shoulder injury so I can actually bench press again properly. Once we get there, then we can do the Woad Raider. So NeoZz still has the score lead, but Capoch has evened up the Vil KD and still has that very scary castle pushing in. So does not Nomad play just like Nomad? Why not just call the map Nomad? What is not nomadic about it? I guess there's a little hill for the mainland from the outside. So if you get cannon galleons there, you'll have the downhill penalty, or dromons. And another castle drop from Capoch. He's found another TC from NeoZz, and he's not going to let him boom in peace. Where are the vills? There they go. He's got 12 villagers. Village marching forward to raise that castle right on NeoZz's face on a hill outside the TC. Oh, you start with the TC? So it's not Nomad. Oh, okay, you start with the TC. So it is basically coastal then. It is basically coastal. Okay, one night could cause an absolute disaster for this castle. The vills might have to find a way to wall themselves in. Another night on the way, so 2 nights, only 1 elite skirm defending. Okay, more skirms coming over. Weeville's starting to go down. Nice wall from Capoch. Absolutely great walling to keep the knights away. This will be a tower from NeoZz. Tower to deny the castle. He's a bit late starting the tower, though, and has skirms even to harass the vills on its way up. That'll slow down its construction and slow down its ability to deny the castle. Capoch with the knights, though. The knights are doing the real damage. Skirms from the rear. They'll be picking off villagers. An absolute disaster as Capoch goes for a doubt castle. Capoch goes for a doubt castle. And, well, going to be repairing the mangonels. Knight's still there fighting the Lechai, and that is some long-distance repair. There he goes, gets the mangonel. Brings the knights back, doesn't lose them, but we'll have to heal them up. And for the moment, at least, that is a denied castle with a Korean guard tower overlooking it. Alright, yeah. So we joined this one late, so I didn't notice they started with the TC at the start. So I guess this is just four-sided coastal, and if you start with the TC. And maybe they named it not Nomad just to confuse people. Alright, War Wagon here, as NeoZz does have his own castle. So counter castle drop on Capoch. This castle did go up successfully with a guard tower defending it. So he's going to be trying to castle Capoch's TC. Kids these days don't know coastal anymore. Nope, we have a pause, we have a pause. It's clearly not Nomad. Chat saying that it's clear. Oh, sec freeze 14, alright. Freeze, and then he melted him. Oh, there we go, okay. YOLO village to that TC. Still no elite skirm from NeoZz, just normal skirms. And Lechai from Capoch could be scary, but Fire Lancers are out, and we all know Fire Lancers kill all. Do the Koreans have a Fire Lancer buff? Oh, they're cheaper, they cost less wood. So yeah, and 50% less wood, yes. So yes, they do have a Fire Lancer buff, they're cheap. Hello, Maple Leaf Lancer. There's a little metal knob on the front of the shield, too. That latest on the hill, look at him go.
So.
A wagon down. And NeoZz. Now NeoZz has to deal with the Lechai. And the question then becomes, will Fire Lancers be enough? I'm gonna try to take the mangonel first. Look at that guy go. He has a very good attack. Wait, 9 attacks is the same as a longsword, right? Well, we'll have a different set of bonuses. But this guy's just... Is he just strictly better than a longsword? Look at the stats there. 65 hit points. I think he actually is. Wait, these guys are insane. And NeoZz needs to avoid trickling them. And double barracks here, and double barracks. Fire Lancer then. More Fire Lancers on the way. Let's get him out before the tower goes down. Should be able to do that. And he's still up by about 30 villagers despite all the castle drops. So 41 to 16 eco KD. These war wagons, these towers have been hoovering around Capoch's economy. Vills lost on that failed castle drop were disastrous. Yep, they don't need food. Are there any other infantry that doesn't need food? I think you're right. I think you're right about that. Another tower from NeoZz, and NeoZz is just being very annoying with all the towers. I mean, look at the minimap. Well, not too chaotic for NeoZz anymore. After that initial castle drop, he has managed to surround Capoch fully. And Capoch desperate for castles to take out the towers, but bills will be taken out by the towers as they're constructing it. Oh, hazardous work zone. This is an OSHA violation for Capoch. As this tower will go up, or the castle will go up, but at great cost. It'll take out, how many towers will it take out? It'll take out 2 of them definitely, maybe a 3rd, potentially a 4th. We're going to get Bracer in the next stage. Did he get the +2 range? Nope, no Oopsiong yet. Fire Lancer's fighting the skirms. And that'll be ballistics on the way then for Capoch. So there are the towers cleared. Ram gonna help clear them too. Mangonel as well. And now 40 villager lead for NeoZz. He is vills to send if he wants to fight the Ram, but it will be under the castle. I mean, they are beating the Lecha, right? But I think that's more due to the eco than the Fire Lancer. Here, I think the unit composition doesn't actually matter. Just about the economy. Archers are missile infantry? I don't think that's how AoE 2 treats them, though. Alright, TC still on fire there. And there's the GG from Capoch, and NeoZz wins game number 1. I think NeoZz winning is maybe a bit of an upset, but there he goes. KD completely equal for each of them. But NeoZz with the economy pulled far ahead of Capoch. I thought Capoch was winning before that failed castle drop. But, alright. So that was, what, Koreans, Lithuanians. Now I need to find the drafts and set the scoreboard up. Join this immediately after the previous one. Seychelles, alright, so I'm just going to run an ad, get that out of the way for the moment, and then we'll get the draft set up during the ad. So with Capoch on the left. It's NeoZz. Already lost, yes. That'll be not Nomad, won by NeoZz. Civs were Lithuanians. The Koreans. And that's a point for NeoZz. Isn't, yeah, but that's what I was saying. I think Capoch is much higher rated. See if it gives us the match. So, ooh, NeoZz actually has been climbing there if he's 2K5 now. Thought he was a bit lower recently, but maybe I'm wrong about that. So many players I lose track of their... lose track of everything. Track their elos. Did they just launch? Or did they rehost? Don't see them on the line, so I'm going to guess that was a rehost. You know, that's a good question, Seven Polar. I'll have to look at the map again and see what type of resources they give you. If it is Nomad-like or Coastal-like. Because Coastal is standard resources. Nomad is much more than standard. Also, check. Remind me that I need to keep an eye on the weather outside. So if it starts to rain, I need to go close windows. Looks like it's gonna get sunny though. Alright, hopefully it gets sunny. Is 2K5 a normal level now? I don't know if it's normal, but it's definitely still a decent level. Levels have been rising. Okay, back in the lobby once more. Ooh, we are launching, good, alright. Successfully launching. So, Seychelles, which I hope I'm saying that right. And this will be the same map where Jordan tried to FC and failed. Water map. It'll be Byzantines for Capoch and Georgians for NeoZz. I'll have a brief spectator delay, then get launching here. Improve his Civ pick. They've newbie. Well, it is the round of 48, so it is the first round. Definitely wouldn't call NeoZz a newbie, though. Has the Jordan set over it? Yes, the Jordan set happened already. You mean they're winning? Is NeoZz new? How? I don't know if he's new necessarily. Might just be a name I didn't recognize until he signed up for cartographers. Oh no, it didn't sound rude at all. Alright, let's see, is there gonna load in? DE, can we load? Maybe the map takes a long time to load. There we go. And here we are now on Seychelles again. We'll have NeoZz playing as the blue Georgians and Capoch as the red Byzantines. So again, beautiful map to look at. As the oysters over here, you can grab gold from them either from vills or from fishing ships. You start with a transport so you can scout around and observe the wonder and majesty of the map's beauty all for yourself. And you'll have crocodiles in the middle, some fish in the middle, snappers, dorados, everything in the middle. And then more transports on the outside to look around. Men-at-Arms archers opening for NeoZz, predicting based on previous games against them. Okay. So predicting that NeoZz is the Georgians who have men-at-arms archers. You're kind of far away for that to work. You might need to go forward for that. I mean, you could transport forward. That could be fun. Transporting forward is always interesting. So loom on the way there for NeoZz. And well, speaking of forward, here comes Capoch with a couple of forward vills. Skirm Spear forward for the Byzantines, taking advantage of skirms while they're still here. The Koreans, Teutons, and Inca? Oh, I don't know if he often tower rushes. Maybe he does. That would be picks for it. Maybe add in the pulls after that. Alright, so forward dock there from Capoch. I know I have seen Capoch like Byzantines on hybrid maps before. I can take a fight there with the scout, but he will lose HP and have to run away. We did see towers last game, but that felt like, even though it was called not Nomad, it felt like a situation where the towers were kind of natural, as you do see towers on Nomad a lot. I don't think Capoch can take that scout fight, has to keep running. Loom on the way for Capoch. The feudal on the way, he's up first. NeoZz not feudal yet. And more vills on the way. Could NeoZz potentially be tempted to fast castle like Jordan had tried? Could he? Does have a tower saved for defending if he does fast castle. And can like do fortified churches if he does FC. So Georgians, Byzantines, I think it would favor Byzantines heavily on the water. Late game can go either way depending on the economies, and Georgians usually do have the better economy with their churches. So it doesn't look like he's going men-at-arms archers. Unfortunately for Matza, I think the prediction not quite telling us what NeoZz is going to go for. He's going to mill on the box turtles and the berries. Cheaper repair for towers, okay, I guess that does help tower rush, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. Is feudal on the way there for NeoZz.
Zaars.
Okay, Reveal hits the scout. And Reveal goes over to Doc now. As Capoch's scout keeps running around on the outside. And just checking for a back dock, I guess. Checking for a back dock from NeoZz. Not going to find one. And Capoch just happy to be fishing in the middle. No dock from NeoZz in the middle. NeoZz just up to feudal now. Capoch docking the outside. Ooh, if he's paying attention, he'll see the transport ship. He'll see the transport with the villager. Ooh, okay, okay. That was in his line of sight. Don't know if he noticed, though. Town watch for the Byzantines. Definitely pays off. Up, and the stable will be within his line of sight. So it's going to be FC Scouts into Knights potentially, or just FC Knights. Capoch maybe could even wall this in. Honestly, that stable could just be walled in. Not even against the stable, but just in the back over here and over here. He's going to try to Vil fight. Okay. It's to wall in the Vil if he's going to Vil fight, though. And he stops the stable. He denies the stable at 97.12%. Oh no, disaster. And he's walling it in. He's walling it in. Okay, he needs delete the house, send a Vil to wall that. Don't let him get a Alcatraz wall and finish the stable. Vil really wants the stable finished. 18 hit points left. 97%, and he finishes the stable. Ooh, I feel like Capoch probably could have prevented that. He's gonna go hunt down that Vil, but only one stable on a forward isn't gonna be all that scary. Especially if you were gonna wait for knights anyway. Maybe it'll just be an upgrade stable. So Vil pokes him down, and left Castle Age then on the way. So stable NeoZz. Scouts on the way. This Vil will be fighting the crocodile. There's the dock. Mark it in the back for NeoZz. He's up. Well, what's he going to do when he's up? He's not going to do anything from the forward stable. That's walled in. Capoch just clicking up now. He'll be just about a little over 2 minutes behind. So with the forward dock, Capoch at least is there with the fire, and well, maybe he has to worry about fire ships for a moment, but once he gets up, he will be Byzantines himself. And well, can't just do War Galley. This dock here looks like it'll go down to the fires. Over here, whoa, what the heck is this dock from NeoZz? Capoch found it. And NeoZz is just fishing out here in the middle of nowhere, so transported and done a dock out there. Okay, interesting. There's the transport. Oh, he's transporting around and doing docks. What is this? This is amazing. He's just transporting and doing docks in the middle of nowhere. That's beautiful. Fast Castle Light Cav, Fast Castle Light Cav, it would seem. I'll try to raid with them. Spears chasing around. And there it is. Okay, Church Rush. Fortified Church Rush from NeoZz. He's going forward for the church. Light Cav killed the scout. A couple of spears still wandering around. So scouts against Light Cav now. Capoch not too far away from being up. He's finding the other docks. Finding more of that fishing eco. He has not really invested in defending it. Until it gets on the transport, that can keep running around. Or sailing around. Yeah, this is the first day I'm seeing this map too. Our maintenance of the warrior priests, yes, but this is Georgians. They just have the extra resources from the church. No warrior priests for them. Just normal monks. So pikemen there, cheap Byzantine pikemen. Upgrades still the same cost for them though. And Bills will go for a town center. This is the sort of strategy you wanted to see. Let's go for a town center, and we'll have a fortified church. From NeoZz again, continuing the church rush. Okay, well, Capoch with a good score lead. This will be 3 fortified churches on a gold. They still have a 4 gold by the TC for the moment. Not much gold on it, though. So fires take out the dock. On the other side, fire ship destroying a dock. Okay, light cav, still light cav from both. As the church rush continues. And I feel like Capoch is struggling against this. There's another church going up. Light cav it on the wood line. And there's the church going up another TC, but that could be church dropped even. Man, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fortified churches. And he chopped the stable out. Oh yeah, he also chopped the stable out. 1 light cav awkwardly in that little gap, but the rest of the cav could pop out there. Well, there's church number 6. Church number 6, just inundating this base with churches. Another church. Even wall in the starting TC. I mean, behind this Capoch, he's not concerned. He's just booming away. Still has a ton of fish in the middle. See, 10 fishing ships to 0. Looking what's going on down here. More docks. Fish from Capoch. And now 20-ville lead for Capoch. He keeps booming. For a crowd of churches? I don't know. That's a good question. And hello, Underill. Yes, church rush, indeed. Indeed, the strategy from NeoZz, the church rush. No fletching, no fletching. They don't benefit from range from fletching, I think, so I guess it doesn't matter too much. So atonement now for Capoch, and the good thing about atonement, if you're the Byzantines, it lets you convert monks. And the Georgians do not have atonement, so their monks cannot convert yours, but then can be converted themselves. Also, heresy is available. For both civs. A Vatican of churches? Is that actually a collective noun? That does kind of make sense. clergy of churches. Atonement is the best counter to monks. It's a great counter to them. A defensive castle from Capoch that'll help clean up some of the churches. Still has a good score lead. He'll get res collected. He's super far ahead. And also hasn't invested into as many churches like NeoZz has. So I think that this will just be a castle going up for Capoch. And then, well, Ville's going to try to fight the TC. TC just needs a couple more Villes to garrison inside of it. This lost eco to light cavalry at home. His church is up at home too. He was trying to convert a dock as NeoZz, but a fire ship comes over, and he'll swap targets, but that monk goes down, so that's not converted. And there he calls the GG. Alright, so 22 to 1 eco Katie. Yeah, I must have lost some eco at home, to put it mildly. So, let's see, we'll have a 42 to 13 KD for Capoch. The churches were annoying, but ultimately didn't really accomplish anything. 4K more resources collected, and GG. A bit overcooked, I think. A bit overcooked, that's a good term to describe it. Tried to cook a little too hard. That ties it at 1 to 1. Oh, I hope Chicken Arena is the next pick. Please, NeoZz, please. And that's Byzantines over Georgians. Oh, the Georgians were the first pick. That must have been planned from... Cute strategy, at least, but not quite hitting early enough to pressure like he needed to. And Chicken Arena, yes, that's the next map. Right. I'm also going to run to the bathroom real quick between this. I'll be right back. And then we'll have Chicken Arena. Well, hopefully we're going to see some funnels. hello, Airbase. They launched the game. They have. Be Chicken Arena. Alright, so Chicken Arena. Hopefully we get to see some funnels. They'll have Capoch to the west in the red as the Burgundians and NeoZz to the east in the blue as the Teutons. There's chickens and chickens. Oh, no, NeoZz, funnel them, come on. Funnel, yep, funnel arena. And chickens in the middle too, chickens everywhere. And black bears too, that was gonna be frightening. We're a funnel addict. Funnels are the most fun thing they've added in a long time. Like, you add new civs, like whatever the 3K civs are. Or you could add new game mechanics like funnels. And funnels are actually fun. Just wait for the bunnies. Oh, I can't wait for the bunnies. Hello, Chiron. Chicken nothing in the middle? Oh. What of all those chickens we added to the map we made the other day. So, Teuton Tower Rush. Chickens are not fun, they're just chickens. They're fun when you funnel them. So, Tower Rush for the Teutons, what do you think? We're 3-3-3 into the game, and NeoZz is mining the stone. I think he might Tower Rush as the Teutons. So, although they are awful, but they're also fun. Sending Vills out to the chickens, but they're not building a funnel. Not as bad as removing TCs killing boars. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I'm fine if you, like, maybe leave sheep food on the turkeys if the TC kills them. Or just make the TC arrows not hit the turkeys. I can be fine with that. I think yeah, you gotta make sure you deal with your problems with a scalpel and not a sledgehammer of changing the boar mechanics. So, Feudal Age not in yet for Capoch. NeoZz is gonna be trushing him by the time he clicks up. Also, trushing the chickens is kind of bad because they're so far away. So, oh, here come the Vills, killed the bear, and what's that? 8 villagers forward, let's go. Poch's base is amazing for a trush. Yeah, so he just needs to kind of wall around here, and should be able to defend. I mean, back stone and gold too, doesn't even need to wall here, can just wall back more towards the TC. Yeah, exactly, no forward resources at all, not in the slightest. And yeah, they don't have Feudal Age on the way. So, mining the gold back there. He took 10 gold from it. Yeah, so he's gonna think about just walling. And now the question is, does he click up or does he counter tower? And looks like it's gonna have to be a counter tower, because he's not gonna have the food to go up. Not gonna have the food at all. He's getting ready for maybe another layer of walls on the inside. Yep, there he goes. And we'll use the TC to help keep this at the front. But he's going to have 300 stone now. And if he's going to fight a Teuton tower, he probably is going to need to double tower. Oh, NeoZz will see that tower, then he's just going to turn and run somewhere else, maybe over to that wood line. I wouldn't finish this tower now. Oh, there it goes. He's gonna need another tower over here. And still the tricky situation, you're fighting the Teutons. And he's gonna send Vils from the TC to Vilfight. That'll force NeoZz back. He's gonna go garrison his tower again. I mean, with all the Vils over here, that probably was an opportunity for Capoch actually to re-wall this. There's a gap in his walls. Trap the Vils. But I need Dark Age Willpower as Burgundian so your Vils are faster. Well, he is Burgundian, so while he's being trushed, he is booming with Bowsaw, so he has some good eco upgrades at least. I just gotta care for those eco upgrades. So fletching now on the way for Capoch. The wall gets deleted. Yeah, Capoch at like close to a perfect base, right? I mean, what more could you want? Easy wall to the TC, then back stone and gold, and back berries, so he can farm back there too. He's about as good as a map as he could have wished for. Yeah, lost half the map and still has all the resources. How good is fletching after the tower buff? Fletching makes no difference in the tower fight anymore. It used to make the towers worse, but now it just makes no difference. It no longer means your Vils fire one less arrow. Okay, the range is nice. The range can matter. Kind of surprised this tower's out of range, though. Could have done them both in range and fought, but if he's just gonna sacrifice this one, that's okay. Alright. Tower is still getting arrows on this one. Vils might need to repair this. Yeah, it might just go down. Okay, Capoch's gonna let that go down. Res collected, he's up by 1k. So he's probably just fine here. Still needs to make sure the towers don't make too much more progress forward. There's an extra tower just for fighting this one, but Capoch during the market is close to buying himself up. So behind this, lots of those cheap Teuton farms. 14 of them for NeoZz. Cheap farms around his TC. Still on stone, just moving to gold now. So as he's just moving to gold, we'll be still a few more Vils away from the castle age. Needs to collect enough. But that won't take too long. No attack increase that matters, correct. No attack increase that matters, just the range. What's better? I don't know. Teuton cheaper farms or the Bowsaw upgrade. I don't know which you actually get more benefit from. So, tower goes down. And another tower forward for NeoZz. This tower will be garrisoned. Who did win the previous match? That was Lewis winning over Jordan. So in the drawn-out feudal war, I guess just the fact of having more villagers matters more than any type of upgrade or bonus you could have. But Castle Age is on the way for Capoch. Will be castled much faster than NeoZz. Stonewinding on the way, and Castle Age on the way for NeoZz, as he's going to do a barracks, and maybe thinking of a stable or a light cabinet fight over relics. Hello, Burtis. Hola, hello, hello. Is that an eco bonus tier list? I don't know, not really a tier list. Maybe I did have one idea. Ranking bonuses in terms of how much I like them. See, Teutons, you cheer for Teutons, you're a Teutons enjoyer. We do have our Teutonic Knight emote for that. You have our dance emote for cheering for Teutons. Light Cav with Teutons is a bit ambitious. Okay, Scouts with Teutons. If I said Light Cav, I meant Scouts. And Ernish Gwyn, thank you for the follow. And hello, Gabby. Hello to you. How you doing? Guard towers will be viable in Castle Age? They could be, maybe. I mean, the Teuton guard tower architecture is my favorite. So Capoch is doing a castle, and this castle will be able to clear all 4 of those towers. So no more tower problems for him. I'll do a monastery behind this to start thinking of relics, and soon he'll have stone if he wants to add in more TCs. I could even potentially delete this palisade and do a TC to help clear that tower faster if you wanted to, but probably fine just to get it with the castle. I'll have another TC on the wood line to the south. And some villas going for a TC in the middle between the wood and the gold. Yeah, the Teuton guard tower, that's what I'm saying. That's my favorite guard tower. So stable right smack dab in the middle of the map, along with some monks. And Capoch still up by 1k resources, but without the map control. He's about to clear the towers, so not going to do guard tower if all 4 of them go down. As much as I'd love to see the architecture. There's going to be knights, and this is a situation where Capoch is defended, but he hasn't walled himself off. Maybe the knights could get in, and if NeoZz can secure this area of the map, he could try to go for a second castle and then fast imp. Once a conversion, gets it on the Custilier. And a couple of knights and the Custilier going to run in. We'll have a palisade wall coming up for Capoch, as he'll fend that army off. And now just TCs in the back for NeoZz. TCs, well, that'll be TC number 2. Capoch already has his second. And he also does have heavy plow, so he'll have great farming. Lots of food on the farms. Teuton Custilier would be terrifying. Hard to convert back, too, with the Teutons bonus. So, oh, wait, you're right. Third TC. I forgot there's one in the middle of the map. So, double monastery TC in the middle from NeoZz. This is interesting. He's going for the relics. He's doing atonement. Can hope to maybe get relics to make up for the Vil difference. And just deleting the Custilier so it doesn't get converted. In French, you don't pronounce the S. See, Borgian, people have told me both. They tell me it can be spelled with and without the S, and it can be pronounced with and without the S. So since the spelling includes it, I am trying to say it. And we've had lots of discussions with people disagreeing. Shawrim is French too. We had lots of French people discussing this in the chat. Our base just says horsey. one-sheet snails, that doesn't mean you should do it. Yeah, it depends on what type of French you go with. Why is there an S if it's not pronounced? That's a good question, Twitch user 2015. Actually, Trevor, when I got the Cobra Car Lego set, it also came with a Lego set for snails. I don't think I can eat those, though.
Hey, sir.
So we're going for the spear. That monk doing a great job protecting the spear by blocking the bear. Now, Monk's just gonna help his friend. He says, "You poke, I'll heal. I will give him some encouragement." Oh, someone's rolling something up past the window outside. Pronounce it as I please, says a former Burgundian Empire civilization. Alright, so tower being cleaned. Capoch probably wants to fill up the hole in the wall after that. But still, eco lead kind of closed a bit from NeoZz. Capoch wants a forward castle. Okay, there are 5 relics in those monasteries from NeoZz. We could save them. Save them, that'd be nice. So, TC still... And the direct paths there. I'll have the boom. And where's the... Here we go. There are the villas for the castle. There they are. Castle drop right in the middle. Castle drop right in the middle as the Castilier will try to take out that knight. And the relics... gonna be under the castle. Don't think he'll be able to save them. He has 5 right now, but that won't be 5 forever. Oh, there's a stone wall. Monks want some conversions. They'll go to pick off some more units. And no one of consequence, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Appreciate the support. Monks still want some healing. Yeah, hard for them than giving them away. I think it would have been nice to have brought them back. That's a questionable place to put relics. So this is where you put the relics if you're going to keep being aggressive. And you don't have time to walk them back. But if your opponent booms and castle drops you, then you lose them, of course. And Castilier going for the stable, going for some villa raids. Oh, hiding in the castle, gonna heal up a bit inside of there too. Yeah, res collected. Actually, NeoZz ahead in res collected. So what do you think as we go to late game? What is the better composition for Arena? Burgundians or Teutons? I mean, 4th TC for NeoZz. So he's up in TCs and continuing to be up in Vil count as he's clicking Imp. So he lost some of the relic advantage he has, but he'll still be up 3-2. And for Halabaso, and Capoch saying, I'll put 1 relic in my monastery, bring the other back so that the same fate doesn't befall my relics. Make sure that they're extra safe. And gold on the outside there, ignoring the chickens. Teuton Siege and Gunpowder is pretty good. Maybe Teuton late game is okay. No, not the Teuton late game is bad. Burgundians still push a bit faster, though. What is going on outside? Someone's pushing a cart all the way around outside. Armor isn't help against the charge attack. I guess that's true, but I think it's still just going to be Halb just for the bonus against the Knights and Lechai. I mean, no, not Lechai, and Castilier. You should go Militia? I don't think that's what you want to do against a player who can make Teutonic Knights. Kind of crazy they get Racer while Teutons don't. Oh, he's doing it. He's making the Teutonic Knights. Get the emotes in the chat. He's making them. Look at him go. Look at all their majesty. We've got him. Yes. So attempted break-in, but this is walled behind. Already walled behind. So pikemen will come forward. So imp will be in for both, and then it'll be Trebs most likely. They'd only kill 50 militia for each lost. Seems economical, I think it is. So archery ranges now, chemistry on the way. That's probably going to be hand cannoneers then. Those deal with Teutonic Knights. Those definitely deal with Teutonic Knights. Or it could also be skirms. You never know when someone's just going to make skirms. I mean, skirms are the best unit in the game. Yeah, skirm theory. I'm not convinced by them either, but I'm happy for them. I'm happy we get to see them. You can't play Teutons and not make them. So repairs on the castle, and we'll probably be getting a quick 4 Trebs for NeoZz. So more Trebs, counter-trebbing there from Capoch. Does NeoZz take this castle? I mean, res collectors are still pretty close. Okay, so castle goes down, but 3 Trebs popped out. And they'll be attacking this castle here in the middle. 1 Treb in the back for more, or 1 castle in the back for more Treb production for Capoch. It's a good number of Trebs. 5 Trebuchets now for NeoZz. We'll probably destroy Trebs with that number, as he's going to repair. Okay, there's a Treb down. Enough Vills. Those Vills on the woodline need to go repair. That castle is very close to going down to 2 Trebs. He needs like 1 or 2 more repair Vills and he'll be fine. And with this, it's going to go down slowly though. And here come the Custilier. The Custiliers will be fighting the Cavaliers. And that castle goes down. Goes down. I think a bit more repairing probably would have kept it up. And then big fight in the middle. Over here, outpost on the wall. Not a ram or anything, just an outpost. Capoch will try to keep his Trebs alive. But still that hole in the wall he never replugged. And the Trebs come forward. 4 Trebs. Can they hit the castle from outside? Yes, they can. They can even hit this castle. Be tempted to go for this castle first. You can maybe disrupt it with your Cavaliers too. Not making any halbs. Researching Blast Furnace. Ooh, that can just surviving. There's Halb, but 1 castle goes down, and this could be a doubt castle. These Vills might not survive to make it. NeoZz pulling super far ahead in score now. Down it goes. And then there are blue dots everywhere as the Cavalier have gotten into raid. And Capoch is going to be in a rough spot here as he's going to be looking up towards NeoZz. As NeoZz will be victorious. And there's the 2-1 lead for NeoZz. That 4 conversions, 100 kills. Res were neck and neck the whole game. Oop, wrong tab there. More Vills for NeoZz. Alright, and that will be, oop, wrong button. There, that's the right button. 2-1 lead for NeoZz, so Capoch will need to win both of the last maps. I imagine Rocky Forest is his go-to next. And the Teuton's pulling out a win. That's a good draft difference there. Am I going to Cleveland tonight? I am not. Should have hit the button. Yep, and I do see Capoch in a lobby with Rocky Forest. Chain militia in the barracks, yes. Isn't there a ton of rain in New Jersey? Yes, there's been lots of flood warnings recently, but today it seems okay and not rainy for me. So your mileage may vary depending on where in Jersey you are. So what do we think? Can NeoZz pull this out? Can he pull it out? Why are you guys so interested in Jersey? No, not an interesting place. Maybe we have beaches to come to over the summer. Otherwise, that's it. Like people don't make vacations to Jersey. I mean, we did have our medieval times meetup here, but it's not like a vacation destination. It's just a thing to do. So, what do you like more here, Inca or Magyars? It'll be Inca for NeoZz and Magyars for Capoch. Accidentally took the ferry to Jersey. I'm sorry. I'm from northern Jersey. Yeah, he did the measured tower rush. Didn't go all in. Boomed behind it. Is the game launching? There we go. Okay, Rocky Forest. Rocky Forest. I don't know if they based this on the TTL version or a different one. Looks like they have different rock terrains here. Yeah, oh, there's still some terrain masking. This might be kind of messy. Yeah, this is maybe an easier to see rock terrain. You're not really impressed by Jersey when you landed here? I guess you're lucky to have landed here. We're having problems with air traffic controllers and not having enough of them. So, NeoZz will be playing to the east as the blue Inca, Capoch to the west as the red Magyars. Is LaGuardia having issues? Not that I know of. It's kind of an annoying airport because it doesn't have the transit connections that JFK does. opinions on the map pool? Haven't seen enough of it. But I think my general opinions are like I think team games give many more interesting situations for maps than 1v1s. Recently, with like from Titans League into Warlords, I know that personally I gotten kind of bored of seeing just fire galleys on small hybrid maps over and over. So this map pool doesn't seem to have too much of that. We'll have to see how some of the maps like Seychelles plays out. Is there a hard counter to a tower rush that Capoch could employ? Not necessarily. It's different in every situation. This isn't a tower rush. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4 militia rush. So 4 militia rush from NeoZz, and he's gonna get right in on the lumber camp. He's gonna get right in on the loomless villagers, the poor loomless vills. Eagle comes over to block. A bit late on blocking though. One mistake that NeoZz made there. It wasn't there to block in time. Remember, you can't quick wall on these woodlines because of the rock terrain. So nice awareness from NeoZz to push into that lumber camp with the drush. The eagle was a bit late there. Eagle was a bit late. You want the eagle blocking the vill so it can't run back to the TC. And here's a situation where 5 militia drush. Let's go. 5 militias from NeoZz. The 5 militia drush. What is this? 2015 Aztecs? What is this 5 militia drush from the Inca? He'll be trying to secure his berries. Oh, look at this lumber camp going down. Yep, lots of Jersey actually is farms. Like I live like along the major highway that runs west of New York City. But if you start venturing anywhere north or south, then very quickly you run into farms. And if you keep venturing west, then you start running into farms too. That leads into Pennsylvania, where you have the Delaware Water Gap, and then things get very rural very quickly. Yeah, this should destroy all the houses. Well, he's working on one of them. Skirms forest? I mean, I guess there's no gold access. You need something to clear the militias, so that has to be skirms, right? First, you need a lumber camp before Capoch can even do a range. He needs to make sure he has the wood. So some defensive walls there from NeoZz. Gonna wall on the inside, make sure it doesn't get counterattacked. Sussex County, more cows than people? Yep, I can confirm that. So, man, when's the last time we saw a 5 militia drush? Guess that house was repaired. And this lumber camp has to be abandoned now. Capoch does have the wood for a range. Maybe he needs a mining camp first. Are those walls? Those walls are all the way to the edge of the map. That's NeoZz being prepared for Capoch. More vills out to the wood line. We'll have feudal on the way there for NeoZz. And, well, he's not taking any gold, so it's not like this is going to be an FC. Not like there's going to be any men-at-arms upgrades. What is this? Just militia running around. And, Asiatel, thank you for the follow. So, mining camp on the gold. There's the range. Finally the range. And 3 militia left. Not going to be able to get in on the mill. And meanwhile at home, these are just some big walls for NeoZz. Absolutely big, and he's going to tower the wood line and do a defensive archery range. Meanwhile, his militia is still being annoying at the front, chasing the archers and skirm away. 2 eco kills, 400 more res collected. Doesn't even have any eco kills, just the res collected. Idle eco higher there for Capoch. Better job from NeoZz of keeping everything running. He loves the infantry. Oh, okay. That does maybe explain some of his playstyle then. I haven't seen a 5 militia drush in a really long time, but it seems to have been pretty effective. So, army forward, we'll see if it breaks through anywhere. Defensive skirms, alright, it's 2025, you're the skirmisher, skirms will chase. Oh, they'll chase, they'll pick off 1 archer, probably a second. They can get their javelins in, yes, 2 archers down. So stable, okay, every building for Capoch. Skirms will come forward, they'll see that. 5 militia drush compensates for the skirms. Maybe. Yes, maybe it does. Skirm is getting in on the gold, causing a bit of annoyance there. Capoch could maybe try to clean that up, but kind of tricky with the spear there. Have a scout go for the skirms. Here he goes, cleaning it up. Everything converging on the gold line there. Spear wants to be useful, but gets drawn in towards the archers. I'm a big water fan. I do enjoy water. So there's Castle Age at Gallows, and you're right, maybe it's time for some hoovering at Gallows. Now Magyars do have answers to that. They can go Cav Archers, they can go Knights with the free +2 forging. But they might not have an answer to the timing. The second barracks on the way, and Gallows now, Gallows coming forward. That's what we'll get, more Gallows. There's Castle. Market here from Capoch. And more houses going up, as we'll have armor on the way for NeoZz. So, Capoch up but 2 minutes behind. And he's going to have to deal with not 1, not 2, but 3 triple barracks at Gallows. Maybe some walls in front of the barracks need to be deleted or the house moved. But triple barracks Eagles are going to be pouring in into Capoch's base. Capoch with a score lead, but I think that might only be fleeting, as NeoZz will be up to the Castle Age. Triple barracks Eagles and 2 TCs. Castle is going to be brutal. So here comes the Eagle Warrior upgrade, and in come the Eagles. So 5 militia drush buys NeoZz time. in the feudal age, set up his eco how he wants, get to the castle age first, and now he can be forward with eagles, and then forward monastery from that villager. Just expect now to see the workshop. Yeah, look at that. 1k more res collected now for NeoZz, or 900 more res collected for NeoZz. 1k, just about. And he's ready to push. He's ready to hoover. Love the blood on the steps of the monastery. And, oh, the eagles got in, the eagles got in. There was a hole, the eagles got in. Now the eagles are hoovering. Now they're hoovering. But, oh, so rough being off the wood lines. Has to stonewall and tower this wood line. Yeah, NeoZz is gaming. Now, the militia's still there. He says, I drushed and I'm still alive. Capoch, you ain't never cleaning me. Yeah, yep, well, the monastery is the same for all of them. I think it's based on the Aztecs. Now the eagles are all hoovering. Double stable knights now. And good thing for Capoch is, of course, that free +2 attack he gets. And with that, he should be able to clean some of these eagles. But that's given a second TC already for NeoZz. Monk could maybe get a conversion. And does successfully get the conversion. Gets a converted knight. On the outside, some skirms, they'll be cleaned by eagles. One archer, that won't do anything. Still 0-0 eco KD, you're right. It's been all military kills. He has the second TC, though, pulling ahead in the Vil count. See, behind because of the second TC, That Vil standing in the doorway saying incoming side. I'll help you get a higher Vil count. Yeah, it's just how easy it was to add the second TC in that transition with how much forward pressure he had applied. So monk in that monastery, the eagles can take a fight and then get the monk involved. And now the monk garrisons and converts. There he goes, going for the conversion. 2 monks, 2 conversions. Eagle's going to pick off the light cav. I think they did a double conversion. Are Eagles any good against knights? They're decent against knights. They're not great against them. 1v1 they lose. But they're cheaper and have more numbers against knights usually. It's a good skill to read how the fights will play out and figure out whether or not you can engage with either unit. It's part of the key to using them, knowing when you can engage and when you need to run and use the support units. Yeah, but it's always hard to judge these fights. Like here with the pikemen added in, this will definitely be a good fight for NeoZz, I think. That's still an I think. It's a 9-vil lead. Capoch still 1 TC. NeoZz pulling ahead in the economy. Bit of idle TC, struggling to keep everything running, but this is Inca's army. 26 to 13 military. And Emu! Hello, Emu. How you doing? So repairs on the house as eagles and pikes try to break in. And hamburgers, hello. Around the outside, there are the knights. At least NeoZz will see that. He is still very walled, though. And the lumber camps here could be a problem, but he does have the tower there. And Sully, hello. Pikeman pushing in on that Scorpion. TC wants to repair it. Could that be forwarded Pikeman? Next, take out the scouts. Scorpion wants a lined up shot. So Scorpion defense there from Capoch. Still has a score lead. He's ahead massively in KD, but that happens when you make Eagles sometimes. And he's so far ahead in resources. And 20 Vils. And if he can get his army numbers pumping, which with the Incas is usually pretty easy, and he'll be okay. So Pikeman fight here, this should be good for NeoZz. Yeah, Capoch has to run. Bread, okay. I hope it was a tasty type of bread for your lunch, Emu. So forging on the way for this army from NeoZz. That'll give it a bit more attack power. As the pikes move in, Scorpion rolls over. Scorpion got some bolts on the pikeman. Monk wants a conversion. And the knights will get it in on the wood line. Pike's following though. This is the fight maybe the knights can take. And it's always hard to know when you can fight with just pikemen in the Castle Age, because sometimes you do and you get overzealous. And maybe you got a bit too far into the base there. Yeah, that's true. With a 30 Vil lead, I think you don't need good fights. Vil count definitely is something. He's missing the second attack upgrade. That's fine, I think. Quite a few knights, but I think NeoZz is capable of keeping his numbers up. Red caviar butter? I thought you almost said cavalier there, Ray. I'm like, oh, Ray, like in his unique units. His incoming sappers with the Vil lead. We'd have to be very lucky for that. And Monk pops out a bit too late for conversion, though. He'll bloody the ground in front of the bloody steps. So Scorpion will go down. Oh, Pike goes down. Knights kill a Vil. The Scorpions get some shots on the Pikes and the Eagles. And okay, this is actually a pretty good fight for Capoch. The Knights are doing well here. The Knights are doing well. They're securing the middle. And more barracks, more Eagle production from NeoZz. I mean, overall KD 105 to 46. That's keeping Capoch in the game so far. He'll get a couple of Vils in the middle too. Oh, I kicked my water bottle over on the floor. I need cup holders on the desk still. Cup holders. Wasn't Sappers already buffed? Some more Eagles. This is just barracks in the middle. Oh, here's the castle. A bit of a more clandestine castle than perhaps NeoZz would have wanted, but it will go up in the middle and the north on the extra resources. So NeoZz 84 Vils to 53. 5k res collected. Just needs to find a way to take a proper fight. 26 to 26 military, trying to hold on, run back, and wait to fight. At the same time, he has an Eagle raiding under the TC. Few pikemen coming out, and if you can fight the knights without the Scorpions, that's what he wants. And Eagles have to be careful not to line up either. So third, now fourth TC. I think, well, you're saying they don't need good fights, but they do need fights nevertheless. So Vil's gonna try to break through that palisade. Vil in the back. Alright, Scorpions and Knights pushing in. This is looking kind of risky for all the Eagles now. The Scorpions doing some work in the back. All the barracks going down for NeoZz. Those 4 TCs need to pay off soon. Capoch wants a castle drop. He wants a castle drop. Let's go. NeoZz does not have the stone to counter that. And there it goes. Go on a castle drop too. Okay, at the same time, oh, Kamyuks are in. Kamyuks are in. Are these new graphics for the non-elite ones? They are in. They're poking villas. They're poking villas away from the gold. Well, Knights dealt with by Kamyuks here. Now that the unique units are out, that should be helpful against the Knights. But NeoZz giving that castle up to Capoch. Just gonna go to the back. Might lose TCs again to it, reminiscent of that Nomad game. 2 TCs there. Hello, Azure. Alright, can NeoZz do this? Can he close this out? They're both in the castle age. Oh, and we're gonna see those F-tier Incan castles. Right there with the Malay F-tier castle. Let me know, chat. Do you like this castle? Are there people out there who like this castle? I'm putting it F-tier right next with the Malay one. You like them. Jafar likes the Incan castle. Is this architecture? Just I can't. Okay, so some stone walls going here for Capoch, still trying to keep the Kamyuks out of his base. There is a hole. Someone turn and fight the Knights. That gold, this is his only gold, must be desperate to keep it. So Knights in the north, good raid here from Capoch, getting some counter damage. He's getting some eco KD now. Looks like it only provides 5 pop space like a house. Oh, that's brutal. I could imagine houses being made in this architecture. But the castle. It feels kind of small compared to some other castles too. Like a bit of a different size. The pikemen trying to keep the Knights away. That was a good raid from the Capoch. I mean, still 91 to 54 vills. Capoch has still been 1 TC. And now he's losing a couple of vills to Regalos? No, they're just running. Yep, castle there. Knights inside, and we'll have a lumber camp going up for Capoch. Inca is famous for that. I have no idea what type of fortifications the Inca built. I'll need to do some research one day. I need to do some research. It doesn't fit with the Aztec buildings at all either. And Osberkotz, thank you for the follow on Twitch. And hello, Unpushable Deer. Oop, oh, passage down there, right around the side. Knights will run in. And KD still much better for Capoch this whole game. We're gonna have a forward castle drop. Where are the vills for that castle? Where are the vills for that castle? There are no vills nearby for that. Oh, there they go, around the outside. So 15 vills going for a castle drop. NeoZz going for the aggressive castle rather than defending himself. Capoch taking some forward wood. So still a good vill lead. Only 40 villagers though. Only. And that'll be the starting TC for NeoZz going down. Here's his castle. Okay, still another minute or so till I get there. This is where he needs... Oh, it doesn't have either wheelbarrow or handcart. If you're sending the vills that far, it's wheelbarrow time. He has to replace, what is this, like 20 farms, 16, 15 farmers? That's some expired. That's a lot of wood that he's lost by losing the farms. Okay, Knight's still running around dealing with pikemen and Kamiuks. But here it is. Here is the castle. And just all the areas where NeoZz has leaked out to for eco are getting raided. Oh, but he's about to do some masterpieces of his own, trapping in the knights. Trapping in that annoying group of knights that had been raiding with all the pikes and the spears and the Kamiuks. And they will get poked down. There we go. Fancy walls in the back, but maybe worth it to clear that army. Capoch, can you steal farms in this patch? I don't think you can, right? You can't steal them right now. That hasn't been fixed. Fixed in the pup, but not in the current patch. So he's going to do the TC and not be able to steal, I think? Nope, not yet, not yet. Okay, chat confirming not yet. I know, it's so sad. It's been months now and that hasn't been fixed. So NeoZz raiding that TC in the middle. Ram there. Okay, Ram not going down. But there's enough Kamiuk raids now from the west that Capoch starting to fall apart more. Still down by 40 vills. It's a 40 to 31 KD. That's the only thing keeping him from being down 50. Yeah, oh yeah, the poor Ville. Some of the farms are stolen. Or one of the farms is stolen. Only one. Oh no. Camus hitting a Ville. And he placed that farm himself. Alright, so there's the GG. And NeoZz does it. I think that's an upset, but NeoZz 3-1 over Capoch. What a set from NeoZz. What a game of 5 militia drush from him. You don't see 5 militia drushes these days. That was a great 5 militia drush into Eagles. And Igalos were hoovering. And he does it. Get some hearts, some GGs, some dance emotes in the chat for NeoZz. Taking down Capoch. NeoZz is French. He is French, yes. He's French. So early round upset there. That's 3-1 for NeoZz. Alright, Capoch loses Rocky Forest. And that was Magyars against Inca. Alright. Can Capoch still qualify? Not through this qualifier, but there will be more qualifiers. There's a second one. This is only the first one. There are 2 international qualifiers, so he still has a chance to qualify. But losing in the first round, where he would have faced freaking Andy next, definitely difficult for him. What's next? Hello, Jeremy. Hello. We love all your work behind the scenes and casting. Want to say thank you? Well, thank you for coming to the chat. What is next? What do we want? We have Hearttt versus Quảng Trị. That'll be next. So let me get the overlay changed. I'm just going to play an ad. It's going to be a bit of a longer ad, so apologies. I just want to get the timer reset. And then as I change the overlays, we'll get into the next set. That'll be Hearttt versus Quảng Trị. Okay, scoreboard time. Scoreboard setup time. Ah, I gotta copy paste this. Should I call him Hope? And this will be in the round of 32. Or no, still in the round of 48. Thought we were in the next round. Nope, round of 32 still. And just do this for the maps real quick. Transition there. All right. And the tournament logo spelling out Lingyuan Cup is nice. There we are. There are the drafts. Let me update the title. Hearttt versus Quảng Trị. I'll update the title on YouTube as well. Does that still say Jordan versus Lewis? Oops. Hearttt versus Quảng Trị. Yeah, people talking about the logo. If you really look at it and stare at it, you'll see that it says Lingyuan Cup. Why am I restarting AB2DE? Thought it was Huang for a second. No. Oh, it's, look at that. Copy and paste ending up on the scoreboard. ACCM's name is Huang. Quảng Trị is Hope. He's his own person. Is the score live? Yes, it is. This is a live set. We are just getting started here. I have 15 seconds to eat this breakfast bar, which is now lunchtime. Maybe munching in the background. Alright, so it'll be Hearttt as the blue Ethiopians to the southwest, and Quảng Trị, or Hope, as you might know him, who will be as the red Georgians to the northeast. Says 2-0 on Wikipedia. Wikipedia probably takes a moment to update. When I look at the spectator dashboard, this is what it tells me. Unless this is like game 3 and they've played already, and I just don't have the score. Oh, actually, wait a minute. No, I'm completely wrong about that. Never mind. I thought they were just starting this. You were right. You were right. We're jumping into the middle of the set. It is Hearttt, Quảng Trị. Great. So this might be ending the set here. You are correct. When I looked at it, I didn't see the. I looked at the lobby. I didn't look at the in-game thing. There we go. We got it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's 4-2 for Hearttt. Okay, that is not possible in the best of 5, but appreciate the update. I hope Quảng Trị knows this is a qualifier for a LAN in China. I'm pretty sure he does. Yeah, I guess it is pretty late for him. Must be around 1:30 a.m. So, there we go. The map is Lookout. This is a map where you start with a ton of outposts, and you start with a barracks and a tower and an army tent and a meal cart. And as the Georgians, he also starts with a meal cart, so double meal cart start for Quảng Trị. Hearttt, alas, will have but a single meal cart to power his Ethiopian economy. So Ethiopians, I guess he's just going to try to camp with archers, get a crossbow timing, and then push. Georgian's a bit more flexible with how open the map is, maybe. Yeah, Quảng Trị is from T90's Regicide Rumble. Yes, he played there. Hello, random facts. You didn't know sudden disaster was sudden death? Oh boy, that is quite the handbook. Oh, he's making a barracks. Oh, Quảng Trị, no, don't do it, Quảng Trị. You have a barracks. You have one of those already. You just need a stable. Double barracks, more spears. Oh, is he gonna like use select all barracks and queue a spear? And then he'll be like, oh, what's it doing in this barracks? Oh, you're right, Hearttt, picking the Ethiopians with the extra line of sight for their outposts, plus 3 line of sight. Oh, what a bonus for this map. That's a huge line of sight he gets. He can open scouts, and he will open scouts. They don't have bloodlines. I mean, having bloodlines would synergize very well with their extra gold bonus, so you can click it very early. But no bloodlines for these scouts. Needs to delete and build them again to have the bonus of not costing stone. I guess, what is Town Watch is +4, so I guess the Byzantines bonus is maybe actually better because you get the free Town Watch and the extra line of sight as soon as you hit feudal. Unless Hearttt, I hope Hearttt does Town Watch though and stacks the line of sight bonus. Just for the fun of it. There, now we know Seychells is if Seychells ever forgets and makes the barracks on the map, we all know to point it out to him. And now they've seen Quảng Trì's build. Yeah, the pressure is on. If you start talking in the Twitch chat, people are going to catch on to you. Only way he gets Town Watch before Imp is if he gets housed, and he's not MBL. So a few scouts coming forward, but the spear will be here for Hearttt to defend. I mean, less walking distance for your spears to get home, right? So far he's trained 1 spear, and I'll be dancing around the berries. MBL and Town Watch? I mean, Town Watch makes your outpost rush stronger. That's when you're really outpost rushing someone, when you click town patrol. I mean more about MBL and getting housed, is what I was referring to. So range and house coming up for Quảng Trị. Archers coming forward. Here's a gate. Is this a plant or a tree? Is this open? This might be open. Is it? I missed the user patch when I could use a wall to check. I guess that's not open. Usually double clicking the bushes would select that though. Is there a different type of bush? Okay, we're just gonna zoom in real close. Double click that. This looks like it should be open, right? Like there's no tree behind that? Unless that's a tree and I just can't click it from here. I should be able to. I don't know. Anyway, scout fight over on the side. Quảng Trị getting a bit trapped against the edge of the forest. And the archers will come over and try to hunt down the scouts. Bill never gets town watch. Even an imp with 140 vills, he ignores it. Okay. I bet Sato could make 15 pop-up build with Khmer on this map. Well, you don't get any benefit from the barracks. Can you select all the trees? That's what I was trying to do. But it's a bush, it's not a tree, if anything. So the trees are over there, and then I tried selecting the bushes and it didn't display, so I don't know. I tried selecting these things, and still didn't display, unless it's a different type of bush or willow tree. No? I don't know. I'm curious about that. I mean, if it's partially chopped, I think it still gets selected. We saw that, right? Because I double-clicked one of these felled trees and it still selected the other ones of the same type. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe that's not part of the house graphics, right? Because this is the same exact house, and there's clearly something behind it. I guess it's just a tree that I can't select somehow and capture it. Maybe a weird capture age thing. Or maybe it's just the box is completely obscured behind the house, so I don't see it when I select it. No idea. Zoom in really close. Double click that. And then control click. Okay, it is, there we go. It is a bush, it is a bush. I thought that was part of the ground. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, there are 3 types of trees there, okay. And just that confused, because the selection graphics, I was trying to click on it and I couldn't see I could select it. I guess the square is completely obscured by the house, but even though it kind of sticks out a bit. Okay, so that is walled. Quảng Trị is walled, and he has skirms in the back. And he'll be defending against the scouts and the archers. Yeah, that's why I was confused, because I saw the archers start to walk around and then stop, and I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? For a second, it looked like Hearttt realized it was open and tried to walk through, but I guess it's just not. So both ways up to castle. Quảng Trị will be up first. Skirmishers against archer scout. And I guess it's usually good to build up a mass of skirms against the Ethiopians. You saw in that set with the Jordan Lewis, where Jordan didn't have enough skirms when he took the fight against the early crossbows, and that basically ended the game for him. What do Jordans do now? Fortified church defense, maybe? And no gold unit from them yet. He does at least have a very safe back gold, and yeah, there's a church in the back on the wood line. This Bodkin Elite Skirm. And with Elite Skirm, he probably defends this now. One neutral gold failed to spawn. Admin Ray. Bugged map. Yeah, you should definitely go report that to them, though. I guess if it's a neutral gold, it doesn't matter too much. Death Counter's been making map scripts. He knows to look for that type of thing. Also, it's not like a set number of neutral holds. I haven't actually looked at the map script.
Ow.
So behind this second TC for Hearttt, he'll start adding an economy while continuing the pressure. He also has a forward workshop from Mangonels. He'll be Mangonelling that range. And has himself a good score lead at this point. Bill count's still the same. Res about 400 more for Hearttt. But he's been causing some idle time on that wood line. Now the squirms will be dancing around on the farm. Which is an issue. At least he has a wood line back here. At least Quang Tri's got a wood line back there. But he is very trapped and does not have any map control. Don't mangonel your own crossbows. Don't mangonel your own crossbows. Okay, I got worried there. The danger is walking near that house that's being mangonelled. Monk comes over. And crossbows will start to shoot the skirms. Yeah, skirms go down to mangonel shots. It very much looks GG. General Octo calling it. Saying Hearttt has this. Hearttt with his doubled up mangonels. Well, Quang Tri agrees with you. And there's a 3-1 for Hearttt. So, alright. One game we only saw Lookout. We saw Quang Tri go for the double barracks. And I'm just going to get straight into Fire Margougou. I just grab that right away. That I think will be the last set for today. Oh wow. That's a weird OBS thing. Let's see, I don't know where they are, if they're still drafting or not. They're supposed to be starting. They're in game number 2. So let's just get started with game number 2. Looks like Margougou won game 1. And game 2 will be not Nomad. Take my title on YouTube too. And here we are. So not Nomad, which you start with a TC on a wood line, which is a really interesting setup. It's like Nomad, but more fixed, and you start with a TC. Someone asked earlier, what are the resources like? And it looks Nomad-esque with how spread out everything is. Oh, and you also have docks that are opposite your TC, so crisscrossed docks. All right, that's pretty cool. So it's like Nomad, but fast start Nomad. All these tree stragglers here. All right, so I never actually got a real look at the start of the map. We joined halfway through another one. So it's not Nomad, that's for sure, but it's very much like Nomad. So like you don't start at the very beginning. Also, there's a hill above the water, which is interesting. So that's not really how Nomad works. But okay, fair enough. And preset docks is interesting. So I guess you know exactly where the enemy dock is based on your dock and TC location. Or maybe there's two possibilities based on where the enemy TC is. Or you need to maybe search if it's like, there might be some randomness to it. Like maybe like if blue's here, maybe red's TC could be here and the dock could be here. You could maybe flip-flop. But the scouting should then be pretty easy. It looks a lot like Nomad to you. Just no replacing your starting TC. But I guess this does look like Nomad, which is why they had to emphasize that it's not Nomad, so no one comes in and gets confused, thinking that it is Nomad. So Margougou up first. Oh, I forgot to say this is game 2. He won game number 1. I mean, 25 seconds of idle TC time. It is fairly normal for the Chinese in a normal game. It doesn't need any houses now that TC is so much pop space. So is not Nomad just mad? Can we combine the negatives and cancel them? So far as Lithuanian is up very, very quickly. It has an extra fishing ship out. And we'll have a Vil for Margougou doing another dock. And so double docks for him and double docks for Fire. Now Fire is very well known for his galley micro back in the Voobly days. Let's see if he does go double dock galleys and try to push on water. Looks like that's exactly what he's doing. Second dock for Margougou. Or is this a third dock? Yeah, third dock for Margougou. He's going to go triple dock galleys. Against only 2 from Fire. So harder to keep 3 running right at the start. But if you can, then you get the numbers out faster, of course. So barracks for Fire. Okay, so he's not just going to go blacksmith for fletching. He's going to go barracks and try to pressure on land behind the galley micro. Still mad. Yes, mad. They're mad that they don't get to choose their TC locations. Imagine if there were a fixed landlock on it, too. And Web needs a 1-minute countdown till you can build a TC. Maybe it needs to be like AoE 3, where you have some type of care package at the start that you unpack. Maybe like a Vil with a mule cart where you drop it off. And then you find a spot where you can place the TC. Originally there was a landlock. Ooh, okay, and that got removed. So here's Margougou with the fire ship, or with the galleys, dominating on the water so far. And those galleys gonna go down before they even get near the fish. So big walls for Margougou as he's going to try to wall up all the way to the edge of the map and continue walling across the top. He's going to get over towards the edge. You do have packed TCs, but that doesn't solve the scouting issue. Right? The issue is you kind of want time to scout and choose a TC location before needing to place the TC itself. Because usually you put it on basically the first wood line you see. In a team game, it's a bit more complicated as far as going to lose the fishing ships there. Because you kind of want your team TCs spread out nicely so you're not sharing resources. Not always possible, though. So all of Fire's fishing ships go down. Wonderful job from Margougou. No fletching on his galley even. And Fire's going to come forward with scouts. So the walls have delayed the scouts. Margougou will lose the Wallingville, but that will key him into the presence of the scouts. Or clue him into the presence of the scouts. And trigger some defensive walls, barracks, and a house himself. And we'll be able to get some spears out from the barracks. If you start with a dock, are the Lithuanians as good of a pick? Maybe not, but I guess you can make more fishing ships earlier, and you use the extra food to go heavy on wood. Because you start right next to the wood line anyway, so that's probably still a decent bonus. I mean, Fire did keep pace mostly with the Chinese economy. So, okay, scouts, a bit too close to the TC there. It's just now losing on the water. Building's going up. He didn't get the final tile of quick wall, and the scouts will get out. Oh, Spear will be dancing among the vills. More quick walls here for Margougou. Needs one more tile, I think. Fire's going to try to break in scouts and archers now, so more land pressure. And Margougou immediately going for a watchtower. You might need to kill that spear with the scouts, then try to push through. As that wall will go down, and these units can move in. Feudal douche with archers. Is that even strong when there are fish? Maybe if you can destroy the fish and then you have water control with your own fish and they don't have fish and then you douche. Because then it's like you have the fishing economy and they don't. And then neither of you have a land economy. Which is favored? I don't know. Margougou's definitely younger. And he's the archer to lure far boars. And it's a bit late in the game to be luring boars. There's so much you need to concentrate on. But yeah, maybe that could actually be an option. Archers kind of come late in feudal though, because you have to do the barracks and then the range and then the archer. And by that point, you've probably taken the nearby boars with villagers, and taking a long distance boar is a lot to focus on when you're probably also microing your galleys. So Fire doing one galley, trying to sneak into fishing ships, but not working. Still 9 fishing ships out. From Margougou, Fire is down to that 2 very weak docks now. And those fish will stay alive. He's not going to be housed anytime soon, that's for sure. There's 135 pop space, lots of houses for his quick walls here. He's made 24 houses. So aggressive tower from Fire. Margougou trying to rely on the walls to keep more scouts out. Fire wants to control that gold. Another tower from Fire. And Fire, nice awareness to see Margougou heading down to this other gold. And try to control that with the archers on the outside. And defend against the archers with the skirms. Skirms getting some javelins over. Does the elo? Yes, it does. So far, higher elo. Doesn't always mean your favorite, though. And Castle Age on the way from Margougou. Also a good score lead from having won the water. And we'll be taking out now the final dock of Fire. Doing another dock. Let's see, that's a wall from Fire. He has some galleys out in the corner. So Margougou everywhere on the water. Continuing to wall on land. Doesn't have land military. If Fire is able to break in, that could still be pretty painful for Margougou. But he'll be able to get towers up if he needs to. He is mining some stone. funds. Hello, Crab. Crab, did you make the updates you needed for Valley of Queens for the pup? Hello, Windstar. Thank you for the follow. We had a very fun trigonometry stream last night. Can you take out towers with a TC? Don't think with the hill there, probably not. Maybe you could just do a workshop. TC here could take out that one. In team games with the Aussies, okay. Getting back to top 100 now. The towers can be destroyed with like 5 villagers, as long as they're not defended. So Bloodline's on the way from Margougou with a stable, double stable. There's a second stable up down there. Could just be knights to destroy the towers too. That works. A fire with lots of houses on land, lots of map control in different ways, but off of the water and down in Castle Age timing, he'll be doing Bloodlines too. And the relic positions for the Lithuanians, one in the back of his base, and then one all the way to the north, some flashing lights, there we go, a second all the way to the west, one to the south, and then one to the back of Margougou's base. So he has 2 relics, maybe a third with this one, and maybe a fourth if he can swing over here. That's a pretty good distance for monks to travel, though. The monastery up here for fire. Alright. So Knight's going down. It's going down everywhere. Margougou trying to raid though, taking a good score lead. Basically pushing fire off of the gold, now going for the monk. Gonna have to turn back though, and he will do a castle. He's going for the castle. Is there a hole around the top here? Fire can delete those walls. Margougou might want to do another house there. Not going to get it in time though, the Knights are going to get in. And this could be a doubt castle from Margougou. This could be a doubt castle. Has to run back, get to the tower. Try to get some knights out of his own. Remember, he doesn't have camels anymore as the Chinese. That was a change. And that skirm is still standing on the house foundation. Will go down though, and the vills will get the wall up. However, the knights there to clean the vills from the rear, they're already in. And more knights could just knock down those houses and try to get in again. Alright. And hello, Spudgy again. So once more, Margougou needs a castle, up 62 to 37 vills, so he has vills to throw at least. Are the Chinese since the rework? Personally, I'm not really a fan of them swapping the camels for the fire lancers. I think they were more... I think it fit the character of the Civ design more for them to have camels. There are some situations where not having them hurts, but then I think having heavy rocket cart and fire lancer makes them better in other situations, so kind of trading off, but the strong economy that they've always had still is there. Listening while assembling little plastic soldiers. Alright, monk gets a conversion on a knight. Ooh, double kill on the scouts. Monk wants some healing there. Who's proved he's top 3? They no longer have their extra HP for the demolition ship bonus, though. So they lost their existing gunpowder bonus. The True Canoes will take the Ville. Lewis is top 3 Lewises in the UK AoE 2 community. I think that's true. And Lewis win the previous tournament? Which tournament are you talking about? He lost in the finals of Heaven and Hell. I think he still has a long way to go before he's at the very top, though. Are demo ships actually gunpowder? What else would they be? Well, there's Margougou finishing it off with the True Canoes. I've never actually fought Condottieri versus a demo ship. So, with the Chinese on not Nomad, Margougou winning. Bohemian demos get a movement speed. That's a good question. All right, so updating the scoreboard from the previous set that we didn't get to update. Let me just double check where we are on the spec dashboard. Fire Margougou still the round of 48. The drafts, Margougou on the left. Right. Just to keep track of where we are. That was Fish and Fish, won by Margougou, and not Nomad, won by Margougou. That was Chinese over Lithuanians, and Fire Random the Turks. And game 1 was Malians over Incas. Or Malians over Inca. Alright, there you go. Everything updated. Oh, did someone not have Loom there? Oh, I was gotta get you Loom. Only cannon galleons and turtles are counted as gunpowder ships. Okay. Maybe demos are just misclassified then. Things other than gunpowder can explode? Well, what explodes then? Are petards gunpowder? I don't actually know if Italians get a discount on them. Never thought about that. Alright, and the map will be Lookout. Lookout will be the next map. What happened to the Heart match? We joined that when it was on the final game, and he won the final game. That's what happened there. It was 2-1 Heart, and they probably haven't updated it yet. So, lookout. Again, the map with all of the outposts. You start also with a barracks, a tower, an army tent, and a mule cart on some deer. And it is Vietnamese against Georgians, so once again, fire will be a civ that has double mule carts as he starts with one as well as a civ bonus. So 2 mule carts for fire. Now you get to the point where you see whether or not the players have realized their build order should not include building a barracks because they already have one. Did Maesty make this map? I mean, if Maesty made a map, you'd probably be doing Dark Age stone walls with like 3 ranges to do cav archers, so you can FC with an emu build. I'll update the score. Did I not get that updated out of game? Oh yes. When we get back, that'll be correct. Having 2 scoreboards, so many buttons to click. Not enough market. Oh, you're true. Maesty would then probably put a market in the middle, and then 1 in each corner. What am I thinking of? Yeah, I gotta make sure you get all the Maesty features in the Maesty map. And the outposts would probably be fortified churches. Is there any Chinese map scripter? I'm not sure. Are there other maps that are also types of tea? Not that I know of. I don't know how to turn Earl Grey hot into a map. So feudal first for Margougou, second for fire. Now he will be the Vietnamese, and the Vietnamese could go for a scouts opening if they want to. No one on the gold yet for Margougou. You don't need to specify that Earl Grey is hot. I mean, what if someone wants like an iced tea of Earl Grey? People can call it iced. Ooh, okay, garrisoning. Losing control of the... Garrisoning all vills, losing control of the goats for a moment. There is Margougou. Gotta leave 1 vill out so you don't let all of them get captured. You report them to the crown. There's Margougou up. And there is the stable. So it didn't go for any gold. I suppose men-at-arms could be interesting on this map since you don't need to build the barracks and you have that right away. Yeah, the Georgian scout heals over time. As long as fire can run, he's okay. He'll just heal back up. The black coffee of tea. I do enjoy a good black coffee in the mornings before I cast. So some scouts gonna come out of the stable. These scouts run around. Make a tea-themed tournament. There's a range. So archers in the way from that range. Spear comes over. And scouts could maybe get on the berries. Fire did wall that. That for one fruit bush halfway done, so not taken. Make a map shaped like a T with a neutral castle and market. Owning to Earl Grey. Neutral castles don't actually shoot at you, though. I wonder if you could garrison inside of it, though. That could be interesting. You could garrison inside of a Gaia building. So, Vills here. They do have Loom. That's 3 scouts converging on them. And now scouts can maybe go for the tower. No spear out of that barracks. Fire might need one. Margougou starts to take a bit of a score lead. He'll be up by a Vill, and we'll be idling these 2 Vills in the tower. That's the first kill of the game. And Spear will be fighting a wolf. Ooh, who's going to win this? Who's going to win this? Looks like the Spear is going to win. Spear looks like he'll win this. There he goes. It's the wolf. On the other side, ooh, a Vill kill, some revenge. Fire with his own scouts, picks one of Margougou's Vills. No Orno indeed. Do neutral gates? I've never tried. I have to put some neutral gates on the wall. Neutral gate means no gate. Okay, more scouts for fire, so Margougou's gonna get back. Doesn't have much food left, spending all of it. Does that mean he clicked up? No. There's more Vills and scouts, not that many farms yet. I was thinking of reskinning the monks to use the Roller Coaster Tycoon Entertainer graphics. I think that would be cute. Now that we have multiple monks. And Don Pajazzo, thank you for the follow. The bloodline's on the way for fire. They're on very low HP from Margougou. We should be adding some more Panda Rocks to maps in the future, though. People seem to like the Panda Rock. That was the best pathing patch for a time frame we've had in DE. I don't think we've ever had a good one. I don't think it's ever been anywhere nearly as good as the original game's pathing was. I can point to one thing that they did change, which was if you had scouts that were kind of far apart. You only really notice this with scouts in early feudal. If they were apart and you right-clicked to move them, they wouldn't converge, and they'd stay at a distance apart from each other in the original game. In DE, they converge. That's been fixed since before DE was released, so that was a good change. Other than that, I think just in general, the pathfinding has always been worse than the original game. What was the worst pathing? Probably that time units could walk through walls. Panda Rock with RNG that determines whether the panda makes the jump? Yes, exactly. That's what they need. Range units regrouping probably was number 2. Behind walking through walls. So both players up to castle. No real fights yet, just the scouts war into wall and boom. Triple ranges from fire, so he's going to go 3 range Georgian cav archers. Very 2025 strat of him. And maybe we'll see potentially some skirmishers then from Margougou, maybe just some TCs and booming from Margougou. If he realizes how aggressive fire is going to be, let's check his scouting. And doesn't actually know what fire is going to do. Doesn't actually know what fire is doing. So probably going to have to be skirms here. An important part of the Vietnamese composition. We'll have a second range from Margougou. He got 10 archers. He could just also keep pumping out crossbows. Could also do his own CA. He could just go Vietnamese CA. Don't know if they're better or worse than the Georgian ones. I'm probably serviceable against them. The Vietnamese just miss Parthian tactics, so that's not great in Imp. Georgians miss Thumb Ring. And they missed the final armor upgrade. So aside from the healing, the Vietnamese CA would be better in pretty much every way. But it's just going to be crossbow Bodkin there for Margougou. He'll move out, try to see if he can find some damage, maybe find some vills. Elite Skirm for fire. The armies run into each other. Then the Elite Skirm would do some damage, but Margougou will use the outpost to see that army. Skirms? Yes, indeed skirms. Yeah, they have the higher health CA, but I think the healing maybe overall provides more health. Depends how you micro them or pull the weak ones back. And crossbows move in. They're getting it through the houses. TC takes them out. We'll get the vills down. Ooh, is there... Okay, there is a loom. Crossbows, no ballistics, but still picking vills. It's a nice raid from Margougou. Fire overall with the score lead, though. Res collected pretty similar, but Margougou is going to get a TC added in. Fire going for the university, so Margougou will know exactly what Fire is doing as he picks vills. Will lose all of his crossbows, but did get a good 3 villager kills there. Cause some idle time and disruption on the eco, delay the university and the ballistics. And now he's just going to do his own CA. CA and workshops, so that'll probably be scorpions then. Alright, Rattan Archers. Takes a while to get to them though, and it's probably a bit too expensive for Margougou here. They do counter CA, and they are fairly mobile too. Not like CA, but more so than most archers. They have a good speed to them. Okay, well, Pyro didn't finish the university. And now he's gonna go. Doing the monastery. And he's gonna want ballistics for the CA if he's gonna keep using them. So second, now third TC for Margougou. In the back, they'll be protecting a stone, or giving him access to a stone. Also more farming space. The Rattans have the best hat in the game. You think the Rattan hat is better than the Janissary hat now? Elite Janissaries now have hats. Is Fire wearing a shirt? I do not know. He is streaming now, I think. You could check if he has a webcam. If you want to know yourself. Oh, it's true. Elite Teutonic Knights now have hats. Or like horns. Or wings or something. I don't know what to call it. Sticking out of the top of their helmets. so ridiculously over the top. That it is. Cav archers still chasing each other around on the right. Horns, I don't know what else to call them. That might not be the right name. Ooh, double kill on the Cav archers. Goku wasn't in Tyrant, Fire was. And forward workshop from Fire. Okay, he's down by about 18 vils, but gonna try to make something happen with some forward pressure. Margougou just defending still. Small army on the outside. And Mangonel shot. And it doesn't hit. Antlers on the Teutonic Knights. So now it's just a boom from Margougou, adding in more Cav archers. Fire going for the outpost on the outside. Bloodlines on the way for Margougou. Scorpion will get some shots on the Cav archers. Yeah, Vietnamese CA versus Georgian CA. Bloodlines on the way for Margougou. Eventually he's just gonna think about taking a fight. He's up 75 to 48 vils. Up by 2k resources. Fire just doing a second TC now and really hasn't done much damage with the Cav archers. Margougou still with that early crossbow raid has the Vil kill advantage. Oh, and Ozone, thank you very much for the raid. We're in the middle of casting Margougou versus Fire. Margougou's up 2-0. And Fire is pushing, but down by 30 vils. And Margougou not too far away from stabilizing and pumping out a lot of army of his own. Nothing counters skirms for the most part. Not even mangonels anymore. Alright, mangonel goes down. Mangonel in the back gets repaired. And Mangonel is trying to go for the Cav archers. One shot will land, get a bit of damage done. A couple of shots connecting here and there, HP getting lower. Alright, the shots eventually connecting. Margougou spreading the attack grounds around. Goes for the Mangonel there and not the CA. Okay, I'm much better army control for Margougou here. It looks like he's going to win this fight. Ooh, runs back into a Mangonel shot. But all in all, still think things went better for him. Alright, still trying to defend, gets the repair villain and a Mangonel. And continuing to push on the left, couple of skirms, but they're fighting a Scorpion. And now, down by 40 vils is Fire. Down by 5k res collected, and Margougou's gonna look to close out this series as he's taking a pretty good score lead. Shot on the Cav archers, but he dodges. Going for the mule cart with his Mangonel. Left hand cart and town watch now in for Margougou. Cav Archer's still running around. Mangonel's get a shot on them. They counterclockwise. Oh, chat. So Mangonel on the hill will tank a shot. More Cav Archers continuing to take Mangonel fire. That army's going down. Imperial Age clicked for Margougou, and this might be GG upon Imp being reached. Fire still cannot find an angle where he can do pressure. The enemy CA worth it over crossbows? Generally, yeah, I think so. There's so much more mobility with them. And they're cheaper these days than they were back in AOC. So, not even going to wait till Imp. There's the GG. Margougou with a clean 3-0 over Fire will win in advance to the round of 32, which will be commencing tomorrow. I think that starts again at 14 GMT tomorrow. So, those will be our sets for today. 3-0 Margougou. The big Margougou is victorious. Staying humble. He will advance. That's a win for him on Lookout. Fire not able to win with the Georgians. Alright, so I think that'll be it for me for today. I got some map scripting I gotta go do. I'll find someone who is not just casting this, who is online, and we can raid. Online casting AoE 2 in English. Maybe we just raid T90. And we're sets no more today, but tomorrow we'll be back. They'll start at 12 GMT. Oh, they start at 12 GMT. We'll see if I can wake up for that. With Lewis versus Nikov, Syscon versus Dark. And we'll continue. There'll be 3 or 4 sets scheduled throughout the day, up until 18 GMT. So lots of AoE 2 tomorrow. And stuff on YouTube, and then raid someone on Twitch. And I'll see you later.